экологических организаций Мурманского морского биологического института Российской академии наук, а также норвежской исследовательской компании «Акваплан Нива» и другие. Мы находимся в польском научном...
We are at the Polar Science Center in Apatite. We are having this offline hybrid format, and the conference is being interpreted to English, Russian, and Norwegian. So we have the following sections: Arctic as a region for the cooperation and sustainable development, and relevant questions. Also, we are going to talk about the peace and stability and sustainable development. We will talk about the environmental protection of the Arctic, and we will also talk about the role of the indigenous peoples in the North and the 80 years anniversary of the first polar convoy dervish arrival to Murmansk. So among the speakers, we have the head of Arctic Development, director of Norwegian Polar Academy, Remi Staran, and also historian Steinar Borch Jensen, and also other historians and representatives. So now I will give the floor for the opening of the conference to the first vice head of Polar Science Center, Dyadik Vladimir Vladimirovich. And dear participants of the conference, dear guests, I'm very glad on behalf of the Polar Science Center, that is the forum for arranging today's event. I'm very happy to see all of you here, and I'm very happy to welcome all of you participating online. And I hope that our today's work will be very productive and constructive and will let us get new and interesting results. And so today's conference is in a way a tradition, because for the first time we've met in this kind of format like a year ago. And this event has created a great resonance and a lot of comments among the researchers and practical workers. So we have all grounds to believe that today's conference will not only allow us to get new results and to become a good ground for discussions and talking about the safety and security in the Arctic. Unfortunately, due to existing reasons and restrictions, and due to the coronavirus pandemic, our event is organized in this kind of hybrid format. We were not able to gather here all the speakers we wanted, but we all believe and hope that this is a temporary thing, and we will be able to solve it, and that in the future we will be open for physical meetings of the colleagues and discussions of all the relevant questions of Arctic development. And once again, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome all of you here, to wish you good and successful work, and many thanks to the Russian Geographic Society for their trust and for choosing us as their conference venue. And dear colleagues, I wish you good work today and lots of interesting events. So thank you. And now, among the honorable guests, we have the chairman of Murmansk Geographic Society. Also, we have Denis Maitev. Who will give the floor to him. Dear friends participating in the room, dear online participants, we are happy to see you. And first of all, I would like to thank the Cola Science Center for receiving our conference this year, and I would like to congratulate them with 90 years anniversary. As you know, that all the anniversary events, they were moved, but it doesn't matter because we all remember about them. And we would also like to say that our event is organized between yesterday's meeting in Tromsø, this high-level event, and tomorrow's celebratory events of the Kula Science Center. And our event underlines or stresses the international component, the large experience of international cooperation of Kola Science Center that has been running like for over 90 years. So I would like to once again welcome all the participants, to wish them good work and good luck. We don't have that much time today, but I hope that our work will be constructive, and in the end also I would like to give the membership passes of the of the Russian Geographic Society. We have lots of new members, so let's start with the procedure. Suchovsky Evgeny, Vice Director of Kola Science Center on research work. Doctor of Geography, Vladimir Andreevich, I didn't get his surname, unfortunately. Ильин Григорий, he will join us online. He's in Moscow now, but we will keep his membership ID. He Kozlov Evgeny Nikolaevich. Yes, and our new member from this year. So they are top, like brand new. Okay, Victoria Maximova. And our member from last year. So we had lots of cooperation with him. And also out of people, like many people present here, you know that our project manager is Anastasia Yagodina. Okay, yeah, sorry. She has been in touch with all the participants, so I'm happy to give our membership to ID to her as well. Thank you. Let's continue our work. Yes, thank you, Denis. And so the second scientific conference, safety of the Arctic frontiers, ecology, history, images of the future is open. And now we start the work of our section, Arctic, the region of sustainable development, dialogue and collaboration. So the speeches of participants are about 20 minutes and discussion. So we have also then interpretation and so on, whatever. So we will start discussing this the role of science in Arctic exploration. So Kola Science Center was established in 1930. Now it's the only federal science center of Russia above the polar circle, and now one of the most important centers of development of the science in the Arctic. So now we will have the director of humanitarian problems, Vladimir Dyadik. He will tell us about the role of science in Arctic development and international cooperation. So we are having Vladimir Dyadik and Grigory Ilyin. So dear colleagues, let me say a few words before Grigory starts. So it's divided into two parts. He will tell about the history of development of Polar Science Center as the main forepost of Russian. And I will tell about today's situation.
And since Grigory is in Moscow now, we will have a small technical break just to switch the presentations. So please take this into consideration and don't be too angry at us. So Grigory, please, welcome to the stage. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me a word, and I'm glad to welcome all the participants. Now I will share my screen and I will begin the story. The story of a research station that was opened in 1930 begins in 1920, when the research expedition was created. And back in the days, on the new Murmansk Railroad, a special train was sent to decide what the productive forces were in the Murmansk region. This commission consisted of many famous, well-known people, such as Karpinsky, the head of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Shakalsky, the representative of the Russian Geographical Society, and also mineralogist Fersman. Well, there was a trip, an excursion, as we might call it, to a small mountain known as Malý Manipak. And there we found a very large deposit. Fersman was very interested in this discovery, and in the upcoming years, there were multiple expeditions conducted to develop the Khibinsky tundra and the neighboring Lavozyrsky tundra. People covered tremendous amount, covered 2,500 kilometers of routes. Well, and the discoveries were amazing, and both Fersman and his team were very impressed by the discoveries. And with more and more new mineral species discovered, amazing discoveries of apatite were made. It's a mineral that has been extracted and has been extracted for more than 80 years now. And in 1926, new deposits were opened, and the new ore, the new apatite ore, was produced was sampled, and the quality of the ore was very high. In 1929, the events were developing rapidly, and in the end, by the end of this year, the first mine was opened. And well, this short story, this introduction, leads us to 1930. In 1930, we began building the research station, and Firstman was the first person in the expedition, for the expedition leader, who considered building lodges for the expedition members, so that people would be able to remain warm, to think about life. But sadly, the board of the commission weren't very pleased with this idea. But once the discoveries were made, and once the region began rapidly developing, all the organizations, including the Academy of Sciences and the colonization department of the Murmansk Railroad, paid quite a lot of money to build a new house for the scientists in Hibine. And it was a new experience for the science in the country, because the center was built right near the research facilities. So, but there were many difficulties. But luckily, they were rather easy to overcome. On this photo, you can see the delivery of building materials to the coast of Malый Vudyavr. It's 5 kilometers from Hibinogorsk, the nowadays Kirovsk. So it's a place where real mountains are present. There is no civilization, and there is no well-developed network of roads in this place. This place was chosen in autumn 1929 when the researcher Firstman saw Veja, an indigenous building that was used for fishing. And this valley, this lake, Firstman really liked them. And there, at this place, this Veja was located. And that's where they chose the place for the research facility. And in July 1930, the first building was constructed. On the 19th of June, the first conference was conducted. And then the research facility was opened. It was known as Hibinsky Research Facility back in the days. Firstman gave it the name Tieta, which can be roughly translated as knowledge, because the local Sami population used it as a borrowed word from Finnish language. And in October of the same year, 1930, the Academy of Sciences took the Hibine station, the facility, into consideration, and Firstman invited to the station various experts who needed to move from Leningrad to work there in Hibine without much moving in these harsh conditions of the Arctic, and conduct researches. One of these specialists was Fridolin, who was a zoologist for the group, and he was also conducting a research on blood-sucking insects, because those insects were a real problem for the scientists during the warmer seasons. Also, Sergei Geneshin was invited, a botanist, but sadly he died in the end of 1930. And his ideas were continued by Nikolai Rolin. So a botanic garden was formed, and this year it celebrates its 90th university. In 1931, the construction of the main building began. The small barracks were not enough for laboratories, and it was not enough to accommodate for all the scientists present. So in the next years, in the following 2 years, a construction of a new wooden building began. It was over in April 1932, and in April of that year, the first Polar Conference took place, where well-known scientists went, and in the framework of this conference, there was also the opening of the Hibine mountain station. Firstman tried to recall it and considered it a large ship among the mountains, among the snow. And this building, a beautiful one, it harmonically fits the valley. It had 3 floors. Not only laboratory, but also living quarters for the researchers and their families. There was also a meteor station there to conduct the research. And Firstman gave it its library, a 10,000 tomes library. And also, there are many interesting facts from the life of the research facility when it was opened. We can recall many things from the memories of Evgenia Khalizova. It is a woman whose memoirs were published by the Kola Research Center last year. In 1932, her mother, Irina Barniman-Starenkevich, was invited to Tieta as a chemist. In Tieta, there was a cutting-edge laboratory. Well, cutting-edge for that time, of course. And Irina led this laboratory and conducted experiments with new mineral species. She tried to research its chemical composition. She had 2 children there and lived there for a few years without moving. And well, her memories, thanks to her memories, we can learn many new details about the life of the employees at the station. The head of the station, of the equipment, for instance, was Elena Kessler. She was a constant member of the expedition, of Firstman's expedition, but also his relative. She joined the expeditions in 1921 and thought about supplying the expeditions with food, equipment, and so on. And she was also the lead for accommodation at the station, and she also thought about matters of food and, well, supplying of different kinds. Life in Tieta was dynamic. There were many field groups, such as zoologists, biologists, botanists, and in winter there were chemists present, meteorologists. So specialists whose work required constant participation, constant research, and observations. So in early 1930s, the researches were expanded, and they were not only limited by the Hibina area. The researchers started to research Monchegorsk regions, Lavozero, Kiev, and the Hibina mountain station was renamed to the Kola base of the Academy of Sciences. Because, well, the research took place all over the Kola Peninsula. The head of the Antonina Oranzhereeva became the head of the station after a few years, and she started to conduct an archive for the whole station. So now we can see the history of Tieta of this time, and we can see where this story began. And now, after all, we have a full-fledged archive of the Kola Research Center, thanks to her. The number of employees increased. Four person to the left, a person with a beard in a hat, you can see it's Fridolin, the zoologist, a person who researched blood-sucking insects. And thanks to the archive, we know that he was known as the Mosquito King, because his laboratory was full of jars and bottles with larvae, with mosquitoes. And he learned a way how to fight the mosquitoes by expanding the swamps. And, well, overall, Fersman saw his station not only as the center of science, and that's what he wrote in Priroda magazine, that Tieta should not be limited only by science, but it should also think of the well-being of the people of the Kola Peninsula, and also a tourism center, a place to popularize the scientific knowledge. So here on this photo, a unique photo, mind you, you can see the first museum that essentially looked as different samples placed in boxes, crates. But students who came to the station had a chance to see the variety of nature, the idea of Kola Peninsula. Life on the station continued, and by the end of 1930s, there was essentially a small village there. Well, people celebrated the new year, as you can see. And inside the station, in this large hall, a 2-stories hall, there was a Christmas tree. And Evgenia, in her archives, tries to recall how employees made this small postcards to glue it to the Christmas tree. And there was even a small store near the station, and this development was very rapid. But sadly, the activity was disrupted by the start of the Great Patriotic War. The building was empty, and the employees of the library and the laboratory were evacuated to Syktyvkar, and the building was left empty. But sadly, it was not secured well, the empty building, and for some reason, for an unknown reason, there was a fire that destroyed the wooden construction and left no trace of the old beautiful building and the scientist houses. On May 20, a few days after the victory, Fersman died. And the employees of Tieta, without their ideological leader, they had to do something themselves. there was a house in a village. It was the first village where the apatite mine was opened. And in 1960s, the coal department of the Academy of Sciences moved to Apatite. It is 30 kilometers from Tieta. And how does it transform the coal department of the time? Well, I will give floor to my colleague, and he will tell you about the transformation of Tieta and how it transformed up to this day. So thank you very much. Yes, Grigory, thank you very much. I will ask our colleagues, our technical support, to switch. So Grigory told us about the fine years of the Coal Research Center. And I will give you some information about the further development. From 1930 to 1934, the Hibinsky Mountain Station was just a department of the Academy of Sciences. Then it was transformed to the Kola base. And also from the period of 1949 up until 1988, the base worked as a department for the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. From 1988 until 1999, the station worked as a Kola Research Center. And now, in our days, we are known as the Kola Scientific Center of the Russian Academy of Sciences. So who are we now? So the responsibilities that we have are extremely important. We are an organization located beyond the Arctic Circle. And we have these responsibilities, very important responsibilities, still behind us. And we are a unique center with such responsibilities and with such equipment located beyond the polar circle. And it is very good that the management of the Russian Academy of Sciences acknowledges this fact. And the president of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Sergeyev considers it a very important step, considers it very important to continue the development. And we have, after all, the scientific community to support this idea of development. As of now, as an organization, we are considered an organization of 10 different departments. So we have 3 branches and 7 specific departments. About 1,220 people are employed, 460 researchers, and among those people we have 57 PhDs. Also, we have 177 young scientists, so people who are under 39. And it is good because we actually involve youth. And our mission, the mission of the Kola Scientific Center, is conducting researches that are allowed to achieve strategic goals and priorities of sustainable development and security of the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation. On the slide, you can see the aspects that are involved, such as geology, mining, chemistry, and the chemical industry of the Soviet High Arctic was thanks to the developments of the scientists. And this responsibility, the responsibility we took from the Soviet times, is continued now. And we have a lot of agreements with the research facilities. So we try to develop the cooperation just as well. In terms of environment and ecology, there are also multiple directions in which we move, because we have the access to new technologies that help us with that. Now, I would like to say a few words about, well, let's call them the institutes, and I would like to say a few words about each of them. So, for example, on the slide you can see the Institute of Geology, and you have the map of the Kola Peninsula here. And we will also celebrate the anniversary of the Institute of Geology, actually. And we have very obvious scientific achievements in mineralogy, because, well, after all, more than 250 mineral species were described for the first time on the Kola Peninsula. So essentially it is about 5% of all known mineral species. And they were found, described, and included in the books. Also, a very major role is done by the Institute of Mining, for obvious reasons, I think. I have to say that there is a wide range of activities done by the Institute of Mining. So, for example, it's about the mining facilities, about geomechanics, and after all, it allows us to have new developments. I think that the Institute of Mining does a great work to support the new trends, and all the companies involved are very interested in this development. Well, a part of the technologies and methods that we use, we try to use also new techniques to make new mining facilities. And also on the slide to your left, you can see small small-scale nuclear stations, and also storages for the radioactive materials, those that are located underground. And we also take safety as our first priority. Well, and there is also a great development in terms of further development. So yeah, and we will pay great attention to geodynamic safety. One of the other institutes I would like to tell you about is the Institute of Chemistry and Technology of Rare Elements and Raw Mineral Materials, named after Tananev. It's about chemical technologies, so essentially about new products based on the mineral raw materials of the Kola Peninsula. So to the left, you can see the pigments that are based upon the Kola raw mineral raw materials. On the middle picture, you can see the new technologies for extractions, and that is also a very important direction for us. So essentially, we try to come up with the new ideas about raw materials for such fields as laser optics. So for modernizing and for modernization overall. So a lot of new developments are essentially the part of the institute. Also, one of our newer departments is the Central of Nanomaterials. It is a department that was created partially due to the mineralogy, and it's about natural minerals and minerals that have specific qualities, useful qualities even. And one of the main developments of the center is, we have this main development, and it goes quite well, although we might encounter some problems. And we also work with radionuclides, and we consider minerals as the perspective materials. Also, there is an institute of problems of the industrial ecology of the North. There is a whole range of developments and researches meant to minimize the damage to the environment, and especially from the industries. And there are also things to be proud of. And we actually use actively the solutions presented by this institute, especially on the mining facilities of the Kola Peninsula. In terms of social sciences and humanities, we have the Center for Humanities of the Barents region, and also the Institute of Economical Problems, named after Luzin. This institute discusses historical, cultural, social, economical, and humanitarian aspects of development of the Russian Arctic. It is a unique facility, I would say, because it is also a research center and also a museum, as you can see on the slide. A museum that presents presents the stages of historical development of the region. This collection, the exposition, is unique, and I think the potential for development is great. And I think we can proceed with the next stage of the development of the museum. And undoubtedly, the value of this collection is not limited to the Russian audience, but also it's the fact that many objects are very interesting for the larger audience from people all over the world. Continuing the topic of social sciences, I want to say that we also have a rather young department, I could say, that does analytical research on the strategy of development of the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation and supplying its economical and social security. Well, it is about the geological development. Also, we have the Institute of Information Technologies and Mathematical Modeling. It is also a rather young department, a rather new one. It discusses rather interesting topics such as modeling of economical systems, or also developing of the systems of the solutions for the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation. They also try to expand the theoretical foundation, also principles and technologies of organization of various informational systems, while taking into consideration the specific conditions of the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation. It is also about logistics, about supplying, so essentially mathematical models, methods, and systems for land usage and environmental situation in the Arctic zone. The Institute of Physics and Technical Issues of the Energy Industry of the North is a department that develops a methodological foundation and also tools for forming and implementing energy programs in the districts of the European North. Well, after all, climate change makes it so that all the threats move to the north, and we need to do something about it. And it concerns the facilities. This issue is topical. The cases that involve climate change can be very severe and cause heavy damage. So we need to be careful with the technologies we choose, and we need to think about the possibilities for the energy sector. Also, there is a center for medical and biological problems for adaptation of human in the Arctic. It is a department that meant to research the impact of environmental factors of the Arctic environment. So it's essentially everything that considers the well-being of a person in the Arctic. So I tried to make a brief description of our aspects that we are interested in, some ideas for the projects maybe, and I would like to pay attention to the fact that we try not to lose the potential we have and concentrate on the problematic issues. And experience is one thing that we take into consideration, but also the youth, the young people that are involved. And we want to create the so-called youth laboratories. We want to move into this direction. And we believe that these young people, well, you can see them on the photos. Actually, the lower photo, those people have this burden. They are the future, and they need to move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir. Thank you, Grigory.
So we have our next speaker, representative of Aquaplan Niva, Alexey Bambuля. Could you please comment this presentation? Yes, I'm not sure you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you. I hope you can also see me. Yes, we can see you. Thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. It was very interesting. It was like learning again the Kola Science Center and the history of Kola Science Center and the development of the region of Apatita. It's hard to add something because it's been very detailed presentation. On behalf of Aquaplan Niva, I can only say that, of course, compared to Kola Science Center, we are quite new research science organization. But of course, since the beginning of our work, we've been very interested in cooperation and creating. And all the institutes of Kola Science Center and the Russian Academy of Sciences, they are very treating us as equal in this kind of cooperation and letting us learn from them and give us the experience. And despite the times that can be difficult sometimes, it's important for us to stay in touch and to develop the scientific part of this cooperation that we are having about ensuring safety and security of the Arctic region, no matter how we draw them on the map. Now, that's what I wanted to say so far, but I will have something else to say in the next section. Thank you. Thank you, Alexey. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my cam was off, but yes. Okay, now you can see me. Yes, now I can see myself too. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. And we move to the next topic. I would like to present our honorable expert. We have him online. He's the Doctor of Politics Scientists, Erkki Johan Beckman from the RGO. Can you please say a short welcoming speech? Okay, we will continue. Okay, modern world has a lot of challenges to peace and security in the Arctic, starting from infectious diseases to economical crisis and so on. So the Arctic Council that was created by the decision of the eight Arctic states in September 1996 is 25 years old now. Now it's an important tool for consensus and compromise. Now we have had this trip of Sergei Lavrov to Tromsø, where he met his Norwegian counterpart Anniken Huitfeldt. Official representatives of the Foreign Ministry of Russia, Maria Zakharova, told that at the meeting they are going to discuss the perspectives of friendship cooperation and bilateral cooperation. One of Norwegian newspapers said that in the plans there is a revival of bilateral cooperation with Nordic. Of course, now there are some crafts that don't want it because in the Norwegian press they started discussing old accusations to Russia and China against for espionage in the critical Norwegian and British oil and gas infrastructure. So about peace and stability and sustainable international development in the Arctic and the conflicts, we have the head of Arctic Development, AS Arild Vollan.
Thank you very much. Arrangørene av denne konferansen må gratuleres og takkes. Det russiske geografiske selskap, avdeling Murmansk, som har tatt initiativet til å arrangere konferansen om fellesskap, utvikling og utfordringer i Arktis. En konferanse som vi trenger, og som viktig for oss alle som vet at mennesker i nord har mye til felles. Vi har felles klimatiske utfordringer og felles potensiale i våre rike naturressurser. Fra tidenes morgen har vi lært oss å samarbeide, til å stole på hverandre for å overleve i arktiske områder. Slik må det være også i fremtiden. Vi må stå sammen. Møtet i Barentsrådet denne uken var årsaken til at den nye norske utenriksministeren Anniken Huitfeldt og utenriksminister Sergei Lavrov møtte hverandre for første gang. En begivenhet som må nevnes. Ifølge russisk UD sine hjemmesider så kom den russiske utenriksministeren til Tromsø i de beste hensikter. La meg gi et sitat. Barentsrådet kanskje det mest vellykkede multinasjonale formatet for samarbeid i det nordlige Europa, fordi det demonstrerer at det immunt mot politiske forutsetninger som i endring. Dessuten har Norge og Russland i så mange år vært enige om at vi må ha en felles havforvaltning i nordområdene, som både langsiktig og bærekraftig, slik at vi tar vare på verdens største torskebestand og de andre artene i Barentshavet. Den norsk-russiske fiskeriavtalen den viktigste og største bilaterale fiskeriavtalen som Norge har. I Tromsø sa utenriksminister Sergei Lavrov, vi har ikke relasjoner med NATO, men vi har relasjoner med Norge på sikkerhetsfronten også. Barentssamarbeidet altså oppe og går, selv om det meste av annet samarbeid mellom Russland og Vesten har kommet til et frysepunkt. Først og fremst på grunn av USA, et land som ser ut til å må ha fiender til enhver tid. Under den kalde krigen var det bare Russland som var USA sin store fiende. Nå har USA også tatt med Kina i sitt fiendebilde. Jeg tar dette opp fordi den geopolitiske situasjonen nødvendigvis også påvirker det som skjer i det høye nord. Under konferansen Arctic Circle 2021, som nylig ble arrangert i Reykjavik på Island, kappes delegatene fra et 50-talls nasjoner for å omfavne oss som bor her. De snakket om det arktiske fredsprosjektet, at den militære aktiviteten øker drastisk i det samme området var nærmest et ikke-tema under konferansen i Reykjavik. Med mer enn 1300 delegater fra 50 nasjoner. Det også en annen ting vi bør merke oss, det at EU i sin nye arktiske strategi går fra å være en relativt vag aktør med begrenset respekt for næringsliv og mennesker i nord, til å bli en konkret og knallhard pådriver i klimapolitikken. Men vi i nord kan ikke ta hovedansvaret for å bøte på Europas dårlige samvittighet for klimaendringene. Tidligere har EU understreket at de opptatt av menneskene i nord, og at det skal skapes arbeidsplasser, at Arktis ikke et museum. For EU gjelder dette tydeligvis ikke lenger. Alle næringer knyttet til olje og gass i det høye nord skal på sikt avvikles ifølge EU sin nye strategi. Samtidig som EU vil stanse olje- og gassaktiviteten i Arktis, prøver EU nå å presse Russland til å produsere mer gass for å dekke Europas eget behov. Årsaken til dette EUs manglende energipolitikk. Den nåværende krisen med de alt for høye strømprisene i Europa kom som et sjokk på EU. Hva viser dette oss? Vet ikke den ene i EU hva den andre gjør? Kanskje ikke. Men det her et bakteppe. Ikke bare for EU, men også for Barentsregionen. Dette bakteppet påvirker oss allerede. Det USAs sine anstrengelser for å få på plass en ny kald krig. Som jeg sa innledningsvis, under den kalde krigen var det bare Russland som var USA sin store fiende. Nå har USA også tatt med Kina i sitt nye fiendebilde. Over en 5-årsperiode bruker USA nå 1,5 milliarder US-dollar på å få på plass sin nye China Cold War-agenda. Penger som vedtatt av den amerikanske kongressen, og som brukes for å diskreditere Kina på alle områder. Jeg viser til åpne amerikanske kilder. Den nye amerikanske anti-Kina-loven, S-1169, Strategic Competition Act av 2021 og S-1260, United States Innovation and Competition Act av 2021 og Eagle Act, Ensuring American Global Leadership and Engagement Act. Alt dette altså dokumentert. De siste årene har det skjedd en markant skifte i hvordan vestlige myndigheter, forskning og media ser på Kina. Spesielt de siste par årene har vi vært vitne til hvordan man daglig har fremmet en systematisk negativ holdning på grensen til demoralisering av Kina og kinesere. Og ifølge pålitelige undersøkelser har det forårsaket en betydelig intensivering som har nådd historiske høyder i mange lands innbyggere sitt ugunstige syn på Kina. Som fredsforsker Johan Galtung, som var min professor når jeg studerte sosiologi, han har uttalt, hvis sannheten krigens første offer, kompleksiteten det andre. Dette en god beskrivelse av den amerikanske strategien for å få på plass en ny kald krig. Vi vitne til en reduksjon av det faktum at verden nødvendigvis kompleks. Det USA arbeider for en typisk amerikansk todeling av verden med slemme gutter versus gode gutter. Dem versus oss. Vesten versus resten av verden. Uten ønske om å forstå problemene eller ta de utfordringene som verden i dag har. Vi I ferd med å miste både et vitenskapelig og et offentlig perspektiv. Og I den politiske debatten så blir ikke dette diskutert. Videre har denne reduksjon av kunnskapsbasert rapportering og medieanalyse åpnet portene for en flom av mer eller mindre falske fortellinger, en klikkøkonomi med smarte og korte utsagn uten substans eller forklaring. Dette vil vi merke mer og mer til, også I omtalen av Arktis, og dette vil påvirke, tror jeg, også det politiske klimaet I det høye nord. Jeg dypt bekymret for de langsiktige konsekvensene av det vi nå vitne til. Mediene ser ikke lenger ut til å stille kritiske spørsmål til makthaverne. Det blir gjennomført alt for lite kilde- og faktasjekking. Politikere, media og den enkelte borger skal manipuleres for å få på plass konstruksjon av den overordnede nye amerikanske Cold War-agenda. Og USA tar også med Russland I sin nye kalde krig. Fra et amerikansk ståsted det nå Kina og Russland som resten av verdens sine fiender. Midt oppi dette har NATO utvidet sitt arbeidsområde. Organisasjonen har ikke lenger bare Russland som sin hovedfiende. Nå også Kina inkludert I NATO sin nye strategi. Uttrykket det militærindustrielle kompleks bør vi ha I bakhodet. Det beskriver forholdet mellom en nasjons militære og forsvarsindustrien, sett som en egeninteresse som påvirker offentlig politikk. I USA har det militærindustrielle komplekset fått en alt for sterk politisk posisjon. USA oppretter nå stadig flere militærbaser. I Nord-Norge Evenes lufthavn og Ramsund orlogsstasjon blitt nye amerikanske militærbaser. Samtidig som Tromsø har blitt en forsyningsbase for amerikanske atomubåter. Vi opplever altså en ny militarisering av Barentsregionen, uten at noen I nord har blitt spurt. For oss alle det et felles mål å beholde samarbeidet I Barentsregionen. Men det mange farer der ute. Vi må derfor vokte vårt samarbeid. Helt siden etableringen i 1993 med Kirkenes-erklæringen har vårt samarbeid i nord bidratt til felles tillitsbygging. Et konstruktivt samarbeid over grensene i nord og felles muligheter og utfordringer. Barentssamarbeidet har 2 pilarer. Det statlige Barentsrådet og det regionale regionrådet. Dette en unik samarbeidsstruktur. Jeg enig med utenriksminister Sergej Lavrov. Barentsrådet et meget vellykket multinasjonalt format for samarbeid. Vår oppgave og utfordring blir å ikke la noen ødelegge vårt gode samarbeid. I en høyst uoversiktlig geopolitisk verden, som jeg nok tror i for stor grad i tiden fremover vil bli preget av Make America Great Again. Takk for oppmerksomheten.
Спасибо большое, Арильд. Я представляю...
Yes, thank you, Arild. And the next speaker from St. Petersburg, Екатерина Серова. She will make her presentation about military safety and the regulations of the Arctic Council.
Thank you very much, organizers, for inviting me. I'm really glad to join the meeting and proceed with discussion of security matters. And thank you, Arild, for your insightful presentation regarding the peace situation in the Arctic and why security matters and how the American policy divides ours rather than unites. It's extremely it's a very strong argument, and I'd like to just proceed with these matters. Let me turn on my presentation regarding the Arctic Council. Just a moment. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Да.
Basically, why someone would argue for including hard security into the Arctic Council agenda, while the other ones believe that hard security issues should remain out of the Arctic Council. This is extremely important topic for discussion, as we have the opinion presented by academia and the media. Yes, there is an idea in the media that there's going to be a war or wide-scale conflict in the Arctic. In academia, still being discussed whether or not hard security is a relevant topic for the Arctic Council. Then I just took some examples from the media regarding the topic, regarding the uneasy relations between Moscow and Washington, you know. And that's going to lead to a dangerous path. Arild also mentioned in his speech that media is biased. That's extremely true. That, for instance, NATO should take the lead in military security affairs. This is the first picture. Then I also found that NATO should create a maritime group for the Arctic, standing maritime group, I mean, or establish a full-fledged Arctic command. I do believe that NATO is not the appropriate place to discuss the Arctic issues, and I would rather stand for analyzing the national endeavors of the states to Arctic security and then match to the logic of the alliance. is not a party to the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. And while others states that are the parties to this convention and have the privileges, yes, you know them, the US cannot do the same things. I mean, for example, to extend its Arctic shelves up to 150 miles. Yes. Then we have the dispute over the Bering Sea. I mean, the Baker-Shevardnadze Line agreement signed in 1990. That's today Russia and the US have overlapping areas of the extended continental shelf. We also have the disputes not only between the US and Russia, we have disputes between Russia and Norway, between Canada and US, and so on and so forth. The third point I'd like you to draw attention to is fear of Chinese military incursion into the Arctic. So far, I would rather say that there is no clear China's military interest in the Arctic, rather economic interests, yes, but not the deliberate military interest. But anyway, we cannot deny that China has two submarines that can carry out the navigation in the Arctic. Yes, and what's more, today's China finds the Arctic as a global region where the access should be opened for all. Yes, and this is the core contrast with the Arctic 8 states. I mean. Because the Arctic 8 resembles like a club with a limited access. This is a contrast to China's policy in the Arctic. Then I'd like to make some notes about the Arctic investment policy by China, yes, because it matters. I just make this one and turn to the analysis. It's here. The largest acquisitions for companies in some of the countries of the Northern Europe is by China. We can see the industries and mainly the automated industry in Sweden. For example, Sweden is not the Arctic state, but it has the territories in the Arctic, yes. And we see some of the companies where the acquisitions, that is the acquisition of China, yes. Then the automated industry prevails. And then we also have Finland that also has some territories in the Arctic, in the north. And here we see the field of semiconductors. It's here, just a moment. It's here, yes. And this is the company, the main acquisition of China in Finland. Also, we have marine technologies. Marine technologies, it's here, yes. And it is also one of the acquisitions of China in Finland. Well, and that's why the investment policy, the increase in investment policy for China in Nordic Europe also matters enough. And maybe it's high time for the Arctic 8 to come together and discuss what we can do to make the situation more peaceful, more stable in the Arctic. That's going to be a task for the Arctic Council, I mean. Just a moment. The next point I'd like to draw attention to is just a moment. It's here. Soft security arguments, and this is the last point. Yes. Lastly, why hard security might be included into the Arctic Council is because soft security has been successfully negotiated in the Arctic Council. And the argument is that there are agreements on search and rescue operations. There are agreements on environmental cooperation, and we have pollution management, the fields that are successfully proceeded with. Yes, and perhaps in the spirit of the Arctic cooperation, we could manage to discuss hard security concerns within the framework of the Arctic Council. But actually, I didn't share these points to its entirety, but I wanted to show just that debate is going on. And I think I just managed to provide a holistic viewpoint or consistent viewpoint on why hard security issues may be included into the Arctic Council. And another viewpoint, arguments against the inclusion of hard security into the Arctic Council. First of all, let us pay attention to environmental problems. Yes, it is because the Arctic Council has been always about environment since the Rovaniemi process was launched in 1989. Yes, and then the Arctic Environmental Protection Strategy was adopted in 1991. Apparently, the environmental protection was the first priority of Finland during its chairmanships in 2017-2019. Yes. We also see this one, that environmental protection is one of the co-priorities of the Arctic Council strategic plan that was adopted recently. Yes, and also a co-priority of Russian chairmanship's priorities. Yes, for the 2021-2023. So the Arctic Council had never discussed hard security, defense policy, military operations, and so it's better to not move beyond what's already been working. That's the core third. Then let us talk about the economic interdependence. So I would argue that there is much to do in the field of law politics, in the field of soft security. We have links and relations between Arctic states in trade, environmental cooperation, research, and it's just an economic boom that shouldn't be undermined by the hard security concerns. Let us discuss the alternative formats of cooperation. You know, the Arctic Security Forces Roundtable, Arctic Chiefs of Defense Staff meetings, the NATO-Russia Council. It's okay, but they don't work. Yes, since 2014, someone would argue that we can just discuss these security measures in the framework of these formats of these meetings, and I would argue from my side that Russia would like to join the discussions, but anyway, the counterpart hinders its participation. I mean, Russia's participation in, for example, Arctic Security Forces Roundtable. Yes, the NATO-Russia Council also doesn't operate since 2019. Actually, I don't share a lot with many of the political decisions of Russian political elite, but I do agree with our Russian government in this point, that Russia should be included into the discussions on hard security issues, simply that it possesses the greatest amount of the territory in the Arctic. It's naturally. And the last one point is that there is no real threat of war. Actually, we speak about the renovation, modernization of the military facilities in the Arctic, but not about creating new facilities, not about creating new bases. Yes, and That's also a point that shouldn't be underestimated. States rather don't want to lose their capacities, and that's why they continue to renovate the existing military, the existing military capacities. Yes. Perhaps that's it. I'd like just to provide some insights into the hard security concerns in the framework of the Arctic Council. Yes, and I hope that the Arctic as the territory for dialogue would rather unite than divide us. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Екатерина. Самое главное, что нет прямой угрозы.
Thank you much, Ekaterina. Well, it's good that we don't have the real threat of war. And now I represent Mikhail Uksov. Mikhail Uksov, please welcome to the stage.
Спасибо, что пригласили меня поучаствовать в этой сессии. Спасибо большое за очень интересный.
Thank you for inviting me to take part in this conference, and I will try to be brief and tell you about the role of the Arctic Council and the youth dimension in this organization. But for ensuring peaceful and stable development of the Arctic, it will not be a scientific report, it will be a kind of personal thoughts and summaries and so on. So young people are an important part of such concepts as sustainable development and human capital, and the Western academic literature has been writing about it for a long time. So that's why such large organizations as the University of the Arctic, SAMI Youth Council, Barents Youth Council, Young Scientists Association of the Arctic, PP Youth Network, Arctic Youth Council, and so on. So all these organizations have been working on actively involving young people in cooperation. And they're also talking about participation in the forum. I think it's no point telling what the Arctic Council is, but I still will tell you a few words about that. It's one of the leading intergovernmental forums contributing to the cooperation in the Arctic in all the fields. And the structures responsible for this cooperation are different kinds of expert and working groups of the Arctic Council. Talking about the youth agenda, for example, we can say that the working group on Arctic flora and fauna has written a whole strategy on the youth agenda in the north. And for me, as a university expert, it's very glad that this is a scientific working group, is the one that started working with the young people, and shows that the youth cooperation and scientific diplomacy in the Arctic are related and should develop together. So, and another working group on the sustainable development also promotes youth agenda via different activities, panel discussions, projects, Arctic Youth Summit, which was held in 2019. We should also mention that the topics of the youth in the Arctic has been in the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, but the program of the Russian chairmanship puts youth policy as a special topic, which is the right decision, because Arctic is inhabited not only by the indigenous people, but the topics of indigenous youth can have their own specific initiatives and not to be at the crossroads of these topics. Of course, though, it's also possible. So this kind of program cluster of chairmanship focuses on supporting free youth dialogue across the borders, on accessible education, entrepreneurship, in infrastructure and environmental agenda, and so on. This kind of initiative is due to unstable demographic situation in the north, because in the entire Arctic region, except for some territories. Russia, and it has a negative influence to the sustainable development and human capital on some territories. So that's the reason number one. Why? And then Arctica, as we know, needs the diversification of activities on a territory and developments of new territories and technologies. Technologies, there is not only some kind of software and hardware, but in the Arctic, we are also thinking about industrial development and economic processes and protection of environment, mitigation of pollution and so on. So all that is very important for sustainable development of the territory, and it creates conditions for employment of the young people, because Arctic always needs a high technological and scientific development. But from the point of view of young people, and this is something that I've experienced, such innovation are not always the center for attraction of young people to the north. And they're not always the decisive factor in migration processes in the Arctic. It means that young people leave the Arctic no matter if there are or if there aren't now high-tech productions and employment possibilities. Because since the pandemic, we have learned that modern technologies allow to scale most of business processes and to have them online. It can worsen the situation with the outflow of youth. So the reasons for outflow, they can be different. People are not happy about the climate, they're not happy about this city infrastructure and cultural and social agenda and so on. But for young people, of course, it's the absence of their target groups for their business, for young entrepreneurships. And here we can talk about the innovation economy, creative economy, startups that are very relevant, that shows the importance of the presence of young creative potential in the Arctic. Without young people, without creative young people, the territory will lose a huge part of their human capital that would negatively influence not only the creative economy, but also the resources economy and the environment. So the Russian team of the chairmanship in the Arctic Council understands this challenge, and they decided to organize a special event that will make the program activities and initiatives in the Arctic Council more substantial. This event is a forum of young leaders of the Arctic ice that will be arranged in Silihar from the 6th to 9th of December this year. And the main principle of organization of this event is shared leadership. That will be run as a form of brainstorming in a way to find new solutions for Arctic development in 4 sectors. These are creative economies, volunteership, business acceleration, and development of youth media. And using this opportunity, I would like to invite all participants, students, and all other young people to take part in this forum. Yes, thank you so much, Mikhail. So we have some time for discussion, maybe 15 minutes. So I would like to ask Arild Volan, are you with us? From the latest news, we've heard that in 2022, Norway is planning to have the biggest NATO exercise with 40 soldiers from the alliance, and they will train military activities against Russia. So the EU has also published new strategy, though EU is not a member of the Arctic Council, but they are positioning themselves as a major player in the region. So how can you comment this news, please?
Well, saken vel det at det svært mange som interessert I de arktiske områdene. Jeg nevnte EU, og EU vil at vi skal slutte med olje og gass utvikling i det høye nord. EU er jo også interessert i å ta del i våre rike naturressurser i nord, det vil si få mer tilgang til fiskeriene i nord. Det er svært mange farer der ute, og det er svært mange som ikke liker Barentssamarbeidet. USA, de konsentrerer seg om Arktisk råd, hvor USA og Alaska, Kanada er de største spillerne. Så for USA, til dels NATO, for EU, så er vel egentlig Barentssamarbeidet noe man kanskje ønsker å minimalisere mest mulig. Det må vi være oppmerksom på, og den militære oppbyggingen, amerikanske militære oppbyggingen, som vi ser i Nord-Norge, er et tankekors. Det er et stort tankekors. Hva vil amerikanerne? De vil bli store igjen, make America great again. På en måte er det krampetrekninger fra USA, hvor man kan sammenligne med Romerriket på en måte. De skal liksom på banen nå, og er redd for at andre deler av verden skal ta over. Så det kunne sies mye om dette, og jeg skal ikke snakke for lenge akkurat nå, og heller svare på andre spørsmål og komme med synspunkter. Takk.
Спасибо большое.
Yes, thank you. Could we please ask Ekaterina Sirova to comment about this NATO exercises in the Arctic?
Спасибо за вопрос. Я достаточно...
Yes, thank you for your question. I have been studying these issues for quite some time, since 2016, and up to now, we really see very active development in these exercises. They are getting lots of participants, including partners or allies, because they have been cooperating before, but now we see that there is a larger interest from NATO partner countries, also their main partners, on participation in the military exercises and improving their operative capacities and reacting to the threats. Now there are risks, and the risks they are getting different kinds of evaluation in the Nordic countries, depending on the general historical context of relations between Russia and also relations with Russia and relations with the US, depending on the internal economic tendencies. But in general, what we see is that the increase of military potential from the allies in close cooperation with NATO, it creates a kind of rim, a kind of belt of opportunities to implement their long alliances, long-term goals. That, of course, gets very logical reactions from Russia, because the increase of military potential from the potential enemies, potential counterparts. Of course, it gets answer, some kind of response from Russia, because Russia is also interested in ensuring the stability of its borders and safety at the borders, and it correlates to the national interest. Yes, thank you, Ekaterina. Yes, and we have some time left. You can ask your questions if you have. Mikhail, could you please say something about the fact that the EU has published new strategy for the Arctic, although EU is not a member of the Arctic Council, but they are still positioning themselves as a player, as an actor of the Arctic. Yes, thank you for your question. Honestly, I can't say that I have enough competencies to answer these questions as an expert. But nevertheless, I'm sure that everything that happens, it has like this some kind of background and processes. So if they are saying that, so probably it's in somebody's interests. So we know the basic principles of the economics, that marginal revenue equals marginal cost. So if they say that, it means that it's probably profitable for them or good for them. But it's we need to understand whether it's good in the long-term perspective or whether it's good in the short-term perspective. We know those economic terms also. And it's important for us to sit down and to discuss all the things that are happening here, because all this, it can be just, sayings, but what will be happening, what we'll be doing after that, that's a question. So, and the presence at these Arctic Council's meetings, I have never heard a single comment about these processes. So it remains to be seen how the situation will develop. So we need to look at things people do and not at things people say. So from the information by the TASS agency after the visit to Norway, Sergei Lavrov's visit to Norway, and talking to Anniken Whitfield, both sides expressed the intention to cooperate further. And Sergei Lavrov thanked Sergei Lavrov and said that it's a good tradition of dialogue, and we will compare our views on how we can work to ensure peace and security, no matter what ideological ideas those countries have, whether they are like members of NATO or the Russian Federation. Okay, and now we go on to the next topic. And now we would like to give the floor to whom? Remi, to you probably, yes.
Do I have the word? Jeg vil gjerne kommentere på det temaet vi har diskutert. Jeg sitter som vararepresentant til regionale folkevalgte nivå, fylkestinget i Troms og Finnmark. Og jeg har lyst til å nevne at vi sitter jo nært den russiske grensen. Vi bor her, og det regionale nivået som jeg representerer, jeg sitter jo i Vardø da, i Øst-Finnmark, og jeg kan se Russland fra mitt sted. Og for oss så det selvfølgelig veldig viktig å bevare den gode naboskapsdialogen som vi alltid har hatt med våre venner og våre naboer i Russland. Og i den forbindelse så har jeg lyst til å si at helt siden 1950-1960-årene så har den norske holdningen vært at vi har det vi kaller de selvpålagte restriksjoner i mitt område. Og det betyr at Norge nordøst for Lakselv, sånn røffelig, skal være uten allierte soldater. Det har vært en del av denne samforståelsen som Norge og Sovjetunionen og også Russland har vært enige om. Vi vil ikke ha allierte NATO-soldater i vårt område. Jeg synes det er gode grunner til det. Jeg bor i det området som den Røde Armé frigjorde i oktober 1944, altså litt over et halvt år før resten av Norge ble frigjort. Vi er veldig opptatt av at vårt område skal være fri for allierte soldater. Og det er også den norske politikken her. Jeg kan si at mitt parti, som er det sosialdemokratiske partiet, vi hadde i vårt valgprogram, når vi gikk til valg i vårt område, i vårt valgprogram et løfte om at vår politikk er å opprettholde de selvpålagte restriksjonene, sånn at vi ikke får allierte soldater inn i dette området. Og så vidt jeg forstår, så støtter også den nye norske regjeringen dette prinsippene. Jeg vil bare få det fram, fordi at vi som bor i mitt område er veldig opptatt av å bevare den gode naboskapsdialogen med folk i Nordvest-Russland og Murmansk og Arkhangelsk, og alle de som jeg har hatt kontakt med i alle år. Takk.
Yes, thank you so much, Remy. And now it's 10 minutes break, and we meet back at 1 o'clock.
Ja, det var veldig bra det du sa nå. Altså. Det var jo kjempemessig. Og burde jo vært sagt av meg, egentlig. Ja, vi gjør jo det, altså. Ja.
So, dear participants, we continue our conference that takes place during the Year of Science and Technology, and now we proceed with the topic of environment. Well, I should say that 39 years have passed since the signing of the international moratorium on whaling. The successful recovery of several large whale species, along with a change in human attitudes towards cetaceans and the conservation of the oceans, has led to the emergence and rapid development of the whale and dolphin watching industry in many parts of the world. Researchers are discovering more and more aspects of the positive effects of whales on populations of plankton, fish, and benthic organisms. Well, these studies help us understand how important whales are in the world marine ecosystem. And now, I would like to invite the scientific director of the Whale Protection Foundation, Vladimir Latka. Please, welcome. Thank you for giving me the floor and giving me the chance to present my topic. This topic is rather vast, but I will try to tell you about the main points in it. The protection of whales is crucial for the people, both economically and politically. Protecting whales is not simply our obligation before the whales, but it is just a technology of increasing the productivity of the ocean, one of the most cutting-edge technologies, actually. And this understanding has been in place for about 10 years, it feels like. But first, a little bit about history. The history of interaction between human and whales began many millennia ago. A lot of scientists consider that it began 7,000 years ago, but some discoveries, including those on the Kola Peninsula, think that this story might be as old as 11,000 years old. So people began to kill whales many years ago. They had the technologies, and the technologies were developed up to the point that since 20th century, many whales became a rarity, an endangered species. Well, it's essentially about the greed and thoughtless approach from one species towards another. So why is this industry has been developing this way? It has reached its peak in 30s and 40s of the 20th century. In the 30s, and we had the first agreement to forbid the whaling industry for blue whales. In 1972, the United States forbid whaling in its waters. And there was also the moratorium on the industrial whaling. So all these agreements are very important for the whales, first and foremost. But we don't need to deceive ourselves. We needn't think that, well, the science triumphs, because, well, the reality might be quite different. Well, the last moratoriums were enacted because of political and economical reasons. And, well, the public resist had a rise, and politics decided to think about whales just because of the reaction of the public. and also, well, in some parts of the world, whaling is still present with major populations. Some countries, such as Norway, Iceland, Denmark, Japan, Faroe Islands, still continue with whaling, and they want to cover themselves, feels like, and sometimes they even ignore the public opinion. Well, and 2 years ago, the situation also changed in Iceland. And also in Japan, once again in Denmark, in Iceland. So now the commercial industry continues in Norway and Japan. Well, in Faroe Islands, in USA, in Canada, it can also happen. And annually, tremendous amounts of whales die because of these reasons. So what part is actually necessary for the humankind? Well, I think that the larger part of this production is due to greed and political ambitions of people. I think now we have a unique example of species extinction. Well, one of the species, actually, the Californian sea pig, the Californian, a very unique species, is dying right now, essentially. And there are only a number of representatives of the species in the world, and technically we can save it. And the international community does everything, both commercial and non-commercial. It feels like well, they want to appeal to some markets, and usually these markets are considered essentially, well, black markets in various areas, in like such as China. And there is also a problem of poachers, because poachers use every technology to continue with whaling. Well, luckily, some species still manage to survive, although they are being pursued by humans for quite a long time. Such species as humpback whale and sperm whale still continue to thrive. In the world, there are some local developments, some good developments, such as, well, the population of blue whale in the Pacific area is increasing. Not increasing, but maybe has restored so far. But in the whole world, it's not recovering. So it's a very unique region in this case, the Pacific area. So these methods, well, we don't even know how it worked. Well, this technology of a restoration of the population, maybe we should have a more thorough research. Now we think that the moratorium on commercial whaling gives its fruits. However, our interaction with whales should get out of the borders of hunting, of pursuing them. In-sea and inland activities made life much more difficult for whales. The first problem is that whales get entangled in fishing nets. The second point is that whales collide with vessels. Also, noise pollution, the third point. The fourth point is plastic pollution. Fifth point is chemical pollution. And, well, this is my own distribution of the points. That's how I see it. I don't have a general analysis as of now. Sadly, nobody has done this kind of research so far. But locally, for different areas, it can be done. because the threats can be different. For example, in the Port River Bay in Australia, Adelaide, one of the main problems is colliding with vessels. In the Black Sea, dolphins die because of two reasons: entanglement and chemical and bacterial pollution. So the immunity gets worse. The animals get infected with pneumonia, and also in some areas, plastic pollution is crucial. So this distribution of points is typical for the coastal lines of northeastern United States. Also, on the Atlantic coast of Spain, the most topical issue is pollution. And so essentially, animals have to live in the polluted waters. Polyethylene is consumed by the animals. And the saddest part out of this is that we could have prevented it. So on the global scale, on the international level, it seems like there is no, real development. It is only done by several countries. And I, as a scientist, as an environmental activist, to me it feels like there is a misunderstanding between the economists, the politicians, of the role of the marine animals. But the role is just tremendous. How can we evaluate the role of the whales in terms of economy? Well, estimated data is, even estimated approach is still not possible because we don't know a lot about the marine ecosystems. The puzzle is still being assembled. And although we have a history of 70 years behind us, the 70 years of research in the whales, it's still not as much as one might think. And we have 9 mechanisms of working with marine ecosystems. The first one, and the most important, is essentially the lifting of substances from the bottom of the sea. So once a whale gets its prey from the bottom of the sea, the whales, by emptying their stomachs, make it so that they get useful substances such as nitrogen and phosphorus, and so eating plankton is rather important for them. So please, let's proceed with the next slide. So on this photo, you can see this jar in the hands of a person. This is one of the first researchers, actually, in this case. So it is he's a representative of the Vermont University on the environment, and he's been so essentially he's been collecting feces of the whales, those that take useful substances, and then he would have the ability to analyze it. So the approximate depth in this case is about 150 meters. So essentially, that's the picture for you. Such a nice picture, I would say. This is a very, essential topic, you might say. So what do feces bring with them? Essentially, they return phosphorus, nitrogen back to the surface. And so sometimes yes, sometimes it's just not possible for the whales to do that because of the areas whales are found in, if they go deeper. So there were we took samples in various regions of the world where whales dwell and, well, there are no whales. And the difference in the content of nitrogen and phosphorus and other useful substances is tremendously different, like 100 times different. And, well, I would say that whales are essentially the buffaloes of the sea. They're very useful. In the ocean, when you kill a whale, you essentially deprive the ocean of soil because of this cycle of useful substances. In various, well, in some of the areas, this whale products are essentially important. Please show the third picture. So this picture shows that there are biological substances in the sea. In the left part of the picture. So and also it influences the carbon impact just as well. But so those that feed with phytoplankton can be found in the upper areas. So essentially, with feces, so the carbon goes down to the bottom of the sea, and the way whales act is shown in the right picture of it. There is the so-called whale pump. That's how I call this mechanism. And also, in distant areas of the world ocean, the function of whale is of a different kind. So essentially, whales fertilize some water areas where water circulation is quite bad. So sperm whales get their prey from the depth of a few kilometers, essentially, like 2-4 kilometers. Their prey is typically deep sea squids. So those squids that are not consumed by humans usually. And so whale do a colossal work. So that cannot be done by human. Overall, every day, the whale population gets 7-10 million tons of organics. Is it much, or is it too little? Well, considering the biogenic impact, it can be very important for the ocean systems, and also on the Gulf Stream, including the Barents region and the Barents Sea. The lift of the useful substances is tremendously important. The heat exchange is very important. But I think that the impact of whales, the influence they have, is there is crucial. The fourth mechanism is essentially about oxygen. A whale enriches the air with oxygen. So whale essentially transfers oxygen from the upper levels to the bottom of the sea. The fifth mechanism is the fact that whales accumulate carbon throughout their life, and they accumulate organics. That's what they do throughout their life cycle. And for a period, they do this even after their death. So whales deprive carbon dioxide. So they delete it practically. So a single whale can do as much work as 1,500 trees in this regard. The sixth mechanism is the feeding of the bottom creatures, because a body of a whale supports the marine system, because the bottom creatures feed on the body of a whale. As a result, plankton becomes more productive and their life cycle improves. So you can see the influence, actually. The eighth mechanism is the attitude of whales, the relationship between whales and phytoplankton, and also zooplankton. So the whales make it so that plankton remain in the areas. The ninth mechanism is that the existence of whales supports life cycles of fish, because whales and dolphins eat only the sick fish, the weak fish. So in this case, only the healthiest fish remain. So because they are the fastest, they can escape. So the animals, if they're healthy and if they're not old, so if they're young, they also have a chance to escape from the whales. The chance is rather high. So these 9 mechanisms I've tried to describe, they lead to the fact that there is a diversity and sustainability. Only part of these mechanisms are well developed and researched. The first, the fifth, and the sixth. I have already told you much about the first mechanism, quite a lot. So, what is the overall effect of all the mechanisms? Probably it's no point in trying to evaluate their impact, but it is obvious that by exterminating whales, we doomed other sea creatures, essentially to live in poverty, I would say, and our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, mothers, that's how they saw the Barents Sea devastated. So our Russian, Soviet, and then Russian again fishing industry dealt with such a poor sea. And essentially, the numbers we get right now are actually the reflection of poverty, I would say, of destitution, because there was a there was a devastation, a purposeful devastation of white whales, of blue whales, of other species such as striped whales, minke whales. So some of the coastal lines were deprived of whales, of walruses. The situation was similar in the Norwegian Sea. We have just started researching the sea, and it was already rather poor. And we haven't seen any other sea. That's how it works. But we need to increase the productivity. And the best tool to renovate, to renew the areas is whales. Well, this is a natural tool, a tool that has been refined by the nature for many years, a mechanism that is connected with other life, with other creatures of the bottom of the sea, and it is closely connected to humankind. And by spending modest amounts of money, we can increase the productivity of biosystems, and that's what fishers need to understand. The politicians, the geologists. We don't need to expand the resources of the ocean, but to renew them. And we need to help. Well, we all need to help science, and the science needs to help with the facts. But also the public is very important in this case. Thanks to boats, cameras, sea equipment, a lot of people can continue with researching the whales, and volunteers fund a lot of expeditions and some research centers even. But also the public is very important because it shares information about the approach to the whales, about the humane approach to them. And that's why news are so important, why they circulate. Well, and everyone is interested in it, it feels like. And I think the public does a great job. First, we need to, the people who continue with whaling, with killing whales, need to think about the consequences. Well, let's not talk, well, we can get away from moral, right? But it's just about the fact that preventing whales can increase the biodiversity, can help ecosystems, marine ecosystems. Isn't that important in practical terms? And so whale watching is important. People want to see the whales. People want to touch whales. And the whale watching industry is being actively developed now on many coasts and islands. It changes in Mexico, in Philippines, Tonga Islands. So all over the world, it is one of the main drivers for coastal tourism. As a result, the revenue of this industry is rather high. It's about $2, maybe $4 billion. So like excursions included. But in reality, the main tourist attraction is whales, right? And it influences economy. So abundant villages become prosperous towns. From deep backwater places, they become thriving towns. So tourists that come for whale watching, they think about nature. These are tourists that are fond of environmental tourism. And local inhabitants develop with those tourists because they invest in natural protection. It feels like it's the prototype for what we will see in the future, and it happens all over the globe. This makes me sure that we can restore whales, we can renew their population and increase the former productivity of our seas. It is topical. It is topical for the Arctic and also the region of the Barents Sea, and probably partially for the Okhotsk Sea. Yeah, it's very important there in this region. So it's very important for the development of the Arctic. So thank you very much. That's it. I'm ready to answer your questions.
So we have our experts, Alexey Brumlyak, Denis Moiseev, and the head of the Dolphin Angel Group, Andy Christopher. I hope we have Erki, you can take one also. If you want to say something, you can start commenting. So now I would like to give the floor to Denis Moiseev. Yes, thank you for an interesting presentation. I would like to comment a few words due thanks to the whaling, like it was like the beginning of civilization in some way, and maybe we should pay back our debts to, and civilization has this possibility to restore the. Now, I would like to give the floor to the specialist on marine mammals, and we will be back to the questions about ecosystems. Yes, we have some questions. I'm not getting any sound from that. Alexey Brumlyak, are you with us? Yes, I'm here, but I see that Remy Stan has hand up. Maybe Remy, do you want to say something? Or is it an old hand? Did you want
Thank
to
you.
say something?
Tusen takk, Vladimir, for et spennende og engasjerende innlegg. Som pomor så synes jeg jo at mye av det du sier er veldig bra. Men samtidig som pomor så savner vi litt nyanseringer mellom de store hvalene som er utrydningstrua, og de små hvalene som i hvert fall vi her i Norge mener at det er grunnlag for å jakte på. I Norge så jakter vi hval, og vi tar ut ca. 2-3% av bestanden av de små hvalene. Og det mener vi er bærekraftig uttak. Og det mener vi her i Norge at vi må fortsette med. Det er masse hval utenfor Vardø for eksempel på våren og på sommeren. Mens de store hvalene, der deler jeg synet til Vladimir om at de må være fredet. Det er ikke bærekraftig å ta ut der. Men denne nyanseringen savner jeg nok litt i hovedinnledningen fra Vladimir. Takk.
Yes, thank you. Do we have our next speaker, Andy Christopher? Okay, who wants to say something about the environment and protection of the whales? Okay, we don't see anyone who wants to say something. Okay, then we will sum up this topic of the environment. Yes, yes, Denise, please. Yes, first of all, I would like to mention that this year in Russia, we are having the year of science and technologies, and that's why the attention to the science is very big, and our conference in a way is also about the year of science and technology of the Russian Federation. So, and in continuation of yesterday's topic and the meeting in Tromsø, and in the first part of the meeting, I would like to say something about our common Russian-Norwegian projects that the cooperation is developing very actively. And tomorrow we are having the working group on biodiversity meeting. We have lots of projects on the marine stuff, marine rubbish, the oil spills and pollution. He's breaking up, so I'm not really getting what he's saying. So it's a very broad spectrum of what is going on. Yes, hello once again. Yeah, just to make a small transition, I would say a few words about whales. But it's good that Remy Strand commented about what I wanted to hear, because it's not about murdering those beautiful animals. It's more like management of resources and taking care of traditions and the economics and also the part of environmental protection. So the example of resource management, for example, whales as an example, we can take all the other topics, because from whales we can move to cod and to salmon and to oil and gas and everything. So any part of the economies and traditional use of resources can be used. And so I can say that there is now a positive industrial influence on the nature, like from humans. So when we say about like human, like all human actions in nature, they are negative by default. They are not good. But in a way, we're also consuming the nature. So then we can be pragmatic, probably in a way. And when we speak about management, we are looking at all pros and contrasts and trying to find this sustainable development part. That means like in both senses. There is sustainable and it's still development. And not, sitting somewhere and not doing anything. Like it was mentioned at the beginning of the conference, where the Arctic should become a museum just because the rest of the world wants it. Or there are actually people living here who want to live and who want to feel alive and well and be fed, and happy with life and have all the possibilities. For example, during the pandemic, at least that we could contact each other, like, and not send, letters in traditional way by post and so on. So this is our position, like general position in our cooperation, that it's important to discuss those issues here. And it's good that we are having those possibilities for dialogue. And now, Marta, where the political situation is developing, how it's developing, what they're writing, what they're saying. We can write and read between the lines ourselves, but we don't have to stop the scientific research. We need to continue our cooperation, and we need to base our work on what has previously been done and try to get something new. And of course, let's say after 2014, although there has been a few points in our bilateral relations, which some of them put our relations up and some of them put our relations down. So after 2014, we're still having those difficulties in cooperation, and then the pandemic came with its challenges, and there is stop and direct communication and joint work. But in these conditions, we have created the mechanism of cooperation with our partners of Murmansk Biological Institute. With them, we have been cooperating for over 20 years. So we hope we will still be able to continue cooperating, no matter that it's like on different sides of the border. And coming back to the main presentation about the whales and other marine mammals. So one of large projects that we are having in Russian-Norwegian cooperation and Russian-Norwegian agreement on funding of international cooperation is Malinor project. And Malinor is a project about evaluation of marine pollution by marine garbage. And there are some people, like researchers from France and Japan involved there. So they are looking into the ways of migration and movement of marine garbage in the seas. But of course, like we are looking at the other seas, but we also have, like we are planning to work with, we are one of the main project partners from the Norwegian side, and we are using the traditional methods to study how the marine litter influences the Barents Sea infrastructures. We are also trying new monitoring methods, like distance monitoring using like drones. And we are also using satellite pictures. And we are giving those assessments to larger territories, and we are studying how the litter is migrating and how it influences the environment. In addition to the marine litter, we have many years of cooperation in the radio ecology, and together with MBE, we are planning, and I think we will do that. We are planning to publish a book about the results of our like many years of cooperation in radio ecology and the research that we had in Andreeva Gubie, and on the route of transportation of radiative substances from Andreeva to Murmansk. So it's been like both field studies and laboratory studies and so on. So this book will be showing the level of our cooperation, and also will be providing some important data about the condition of the ecosystems and the influence of radionuclides on the ecosystems. So in addition to the fact that radiation is bad, and everything is bad in the Barents Sea, so we try to take a look at it and to give a real like scientific background, so that it will be a scientifically grounded like assessment how bad or how good it is. So we are connected, we are working in other directions also. An interesting direction is working with the tourist companies, with cruise ships operators, who are taking the tourists to Svalbard and to Franz Josef's land. So we are trying to broaden our spectrum of cooperation. Unfortunately, during the pandemic, the cruises has been cancelled, but in 2019, when our scientists started working there, they achieved a lot of results and created a large interest from tour operators on these programs and cleaning the Arctic shore. I think Denise will add something about it, and we are working on this Russian-Norwegian Joint Commission on the environmental protection. And you spoke about the biodiversity and so on. So there are lots of questions there. So we are planning to create complex plan of water resource management. And for the Norwegian part of the Barents Sea, this plan exists. It's integrated in the seas management plans of other seas. In Russia, there has been few initiatives, but it has not been like implemented yet. And it talks about this joint principles of resource management in the Barents Sea. So I hope that everything will start again after the pandemic, and this conference is good that it allows us to do it. And I hope that this position that we will reach it to this points like it was mentioned yesterday. And at the Barents Council yesterday, when they not only talked about the safety in the military and security in the military plan, but also about the environmental safety and research cooperation, scientific cooperation is the background for continuation of dialogue and peace to end up on this, high note. Yes, thank you, Alexei. Can I just say something? Alexei said that I'm going to say something. Well, I guess I will add something about the Russian region group. They are having a lot of activities where they are, and the projects Ocean 1, Ocean 2 projects, and Ocean 5 is the marine litter. So in 1.5 years, together with Norwegian colleagues, we managed to do a joint report about the marine litter in the Barents Sea. And they're working to prepare a new report. So we have lots of data from Russian and Norwegian side and return to the areas. From the gas sector is not so developed yet, but I'm not getting any. So we have some plans for the coming years. And there are plans for future work and maintaining and keeping the environment of our region. Yes, thank you so much. Would you like to add? Yes, I would like to add something. I was very glad to hear from Alexei that the work is resumed on this planning, that you're resuming the work on sea spatial planning. I've heard about the plans, the works for Pechora Sea, and it's a very important job. And if the fund will be involved there, we are ready to work there as well. Yes, we have already noted down, so of course we will. Yes, it's very good. And our work is very interesting. It's very relevant issues. And we are going to publish the reports. And it also it will be available online and on our website and so on. And now it's a break until 2:00, and then we will talk about relevant issues of the Arctic history. And then there will be also simultaneous interpretation. Okay, it's 10 minutes break now. Okay, it's 5:02 Russian time. We meet back here. Hello, dear participants of the conference. I'm glad to see you. My name is Alexey Yolkin. So we start the second part of our conference. And for me, it's a great honor to represent like the viewers, like me, people from the audience, and who will see it later on the internet. So I'm very glad I have a possibility to ask questions that are interesting for most people. So topic number one, the role of the indigenous peoples in the far north in the history of the Arctic. In Russia, we are having this universal census, and they are working in Sami villages. So many people are proud to say that they belong to the indigenous peoples of the north. And it's a good thing to talk about the history of those people, about their relations with the Russian state and other countries of the Barents region. So about relevant issues of the Sami people, so we have the Federal Research Center of the so we have a specialist on PR, the candidate of historical sciences, Olga Badrova. So Olga, please, the floor is yours. Yes, I'm glad to see the conference participants, both in this room and online. So before we go over the main Sami research by our Center of Humanitarian Problems of the Barents region, I would like to say a few words about the main topics and issues related to the indigenous peoples of the North Siberian Far East, as it is officially called, about the culture, about the indigenous peoples of the Arctic. We can talk a long time. They have an amazing world. They have amazing views of the world and culture, and their harmonic attitude with nature. But we can't do that, talk very long time. So I will stop at the most important issues and directions about their culture of the indigenous peoples. But I will mention the most important points here. So in the Russian Arctic, out of them, we have, yes, you can see the numbers here on the map. So 2.5 million people living in the north, and out of them, 82.5 thousand people are represented in the 19 indigenous peoples. So all in all, according to the list of indigenous peoples of Russia, approved by the decision of the government of Russian Federation in 2000, with amendments from 2015, we have 47 peoples and nationalities of Russia that are indigenous people. So out of them, ethnicities are those who are living on their own territories, on the areas of the, you can see like of the Arctic region, so you can see what regions are included there. So we have 4 regions, Murmansk region, and we include, so Sami of the Kola Peninsula, they are the indigenous peoples of the Arctic. So humanitarian, and also here on this slide, you can see, here you can see there are 18 or 19 nationalities of the indigenous peoples of the North. It's also from this report. So there are different approaches to research of indigenous peoples of the North and their history, and they are also included in the. So if we look at the report adopted, so the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, they are considered as first wave colonizers, and they have been in the Arctic for thousands of years. In the international legislation, they are called as indigenous people. In Russian science, they are called indigenous small-numbered peoples of the North. Ой. Du må slå av mikrofonen, vi hører deg veldig godt. Slå av mikrofonen, vær så snill. So indigenous peoples of the North, so they have their place in the Russian science history. So the specifics of the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, they've been here for thousands of years. They have created an Arctic civilizations with their specific traits and characteristics and life support systems and so on. So there is a serious methodological and philosophical issue. Is it the right way to look at the Arctic indigenous peoples as when we study the history of Russia or the history of Northern Europe? Since they have been here like for thousands of years before, they've been here for thousands of years before. So maybe we are a part of their history, not they are a part of our history. So we are looking, they still have a nomadic or semi-nomadic way of life, doing their traditional activities like fisheries, hunting, reindeer herding, gathering, and so on. So they are around 20,000 people. A fourth part of the indigenous population, they are nomadic, but the greater part of the population, they have now settled and they live in villages and towns. And in the legislation, there are two different concepts, like indigenous peoples and indigenous small-numbered people. So indigenous peoples, according to our legislation, these are the people who have been living in the territory while we have been forming the Russian state. So you can see it up on the state. So there's people who have been living on the territory while the state was forming. And also a special name for indigenous peoples of the Siberia and Far East, because they are people living on the territories of traditional dwelling of or keeping their traditional way of life, livelihoods, all kinds of activities and so on, who have under 50,000 people and who identify themselves as an own nationality. And also we have also indigenous peoples living in the territory for a long time. They have traditional activities, and they have traditional way of life, traditional livelihood, traditional activities as their parents and grandparents and so on. And they identify themselves as a unity, but they are over 400,000. For example, Yakutians, they are much more than 400,000. So they are not considered, not to be they don't get the status of indigenous small-numbered people, so they're just indigenous people. So they also play an important role in the history of Arctic. And these documents, they're here for a reason, because for ethnologists, the Constitution of Russian Federation and the norms, they are important because they do not only define the status of the indigenous peoples, but they also create them, preserving their national heritage, languages, and so on. And it includes also creating cultural centers, different kinds of cultural groups and activities, publishing literature, for example, creating internet projects on the indigenous languages, and arranging festivals, different celebrations, and so on. So for the same goals, we also have scientific research of indigenous peoples of the Arctic. And now I would like to move to the Sami of the Kola Peninsula. As we know, Sami live in the 4 countries, not only Russia, but also in Norway, Finland, and Sweden. And all these territories here, they it was called Lapland, and it did not have like, it's very interesting, like from the historical point of view, that they didn't have the borders. So we are, when we say in Lapland, we understand about what area we speak. So now we have under 2,000 Sami people, and according to the census of 2010, we are still using this old data. So this year we are getting a new census, and it would be very interesting to compare the numbers and to see if it's increasing or decreasing. So, for example, in 2010, in Russian Federation, there were 1,777 Sami people, and out of them, there were 1,599 Sami, or Sami. So they are researched by the Center for Humanitarian Problems of the Barents region. So they are 0.2% of the population of the region, but the Sami, they are the symbol and the cultural heritage of our region, and our region is associated with the cultural traditions of the Sami people, and that's why they speak about Sami people as a kind of cultural brand of the of Murmansk region and of the Kola Peninsula. And also, since with Murmansk region is a part of the Arctic zone of the Russian Federation, so Kola Sami, they are the indigenous peoples of the north, because we are talking about the only group who is living on the Russian Federation. We're not talking about like tens of thousands of Sami people living, for example, in Norway or Finland or in Sweden. So, according to the places of traditional activities and traditional livelihood of the Sami, there are for the following areas: Kavdor municipality, Kola municipality, Lavozera municipality, and especially Lavozera village, that is the center of Sami culture, and also Tirsky municipality. But in the first three villages and three municipalities, there are the largest number of Sami people. So here on the slide, I wanted to show you two interesting buildings. Below, you can see the National Cultural Center in Lavozera. It looks like a Lavo, a traditional dwelling of the Sami people. And it's also interesting that there is a shop, a supermarket, Dixie, in Lavozera. It also looks like this. So the ethnic specifics of this village, which is a cultural center of the Sami people, so it can be also seen in the buildings there. So I would like to move to the issues of history and culture. So there are many issues here. So I will not go into details. I will just stop at some of them. So the most relevant and unsolved issue here of the many thousands years of history is the ethnogenesis. That's interesting because there is an opinion that none of the ethnicities of the Russian Federation has not been studied so well as the Kola Sami. But still, the question is where they come from is not solved. And for the history of archaeological research is over 100 years old. And in this time, 4 generations of Russian archaeologists managed to solve lots of questions in the archaeology. The most known names of the archaeologists are Alexei Schmidt, who started this research, Nina Gurina, Vladimir Shtubin, Evgeny Rashkin, and many others archaeologists who were doing research about the Kola Peninsula. And despite this 100 years history, there are still a lot of blank spots. And about when did Sami people came to Russian Lapland, but we have gathered enough information. So there has been lots of So the age of Sami ethnos has been much younger. So now we say that they come from the Iron Age, quite late, actually, compared to the period that was mentioned as the epoch of genesis of the Sami people. So the Iron Age in North Europe starts from around 1,000 century, 1,000 years, yes, around this AD. So the Proto-Sami, they lived here where they lived approximately. I've taken this map. So this entire territory is approximately the territory of the ancestors to Sami people. This is the northern regions of Scandinavia, Kola Peninsula, Finland, Karelia, and Ladoga Lake and the Onega Lake. In the east, the Sami territories, there was Sami in northern Dvina, in Onega Lake, near Onega Lake. So there are many discussions about the question, who is Proto-Sami? So before we looked at them, that they were migrating Ural from Urals, and the ethnic diversity was explained by assimilation of local, European people and these Finno-Ugric people who arrived. But for some, there is also a new hypothesis that saying that Sami ethnos appeared as a result of genetical mix-up of old Northern European population with Finno-Ugric people like Mongoloids who came from and contacted with the local population. So that's the way how this Baltic Finnish Sami cultural community appeared. It was really divided into many groups. So from the hunters, European hunters who are hunting wild reindeers, so they have this nomadic way of life, and they have also the toponymics, word names for local places. That explains why 30% of the Sami language has also Finno-Ugric and doesn't have any analogies in the modern languages. So, and then they divided into Baltic, Finnish, and Sami. So the Kola Peninsula people, they came from Karelia, because Russian archaeologists say that who can see those signs from ethnic Sami, we see them around the 8th century, and it's unlikely that ethnic Sami could be linked together with the first dwellers of this part of this Arctic, or of the dwellers of the Arctic. So most Sami cultural events, they are of around the 1st century. So I can also say that humanitarian studies of the Sami people here, we are also going to include archaeological research, and we are going to research the Middle Ages in the Kola Sami history. As it was said in the beginning, you can also see some pictures here. The story of the Kola station started when it was funded in 1930s. So it was exactly built at the place there was the Sami Lavo. So that is why we are talking about the culture of Sami people. So in his diary, Fersman, he wrote that Kobylevi, they were the first Sami he met, and they were his first guides and helpers. And he also mentions other Samis from Ekatroki village, and of course their contribution has been very important, because without the reindeers, there were no roads, no railroads, no nothing. So here you can see that the reindeer sledges were the main transport for construction of the scientific station and transporting the different kinds of cargoes, delivering the minerals and so on. So the role of the Sami people in the history of development of Kola Peninsula, it has been really valued by Ersman. In 1941, he said that he would like to create in the future in this base, to create a special unit working with the history and culture of the Sami people, to kind of to pay back to the Sami people and their contribution in creating science in the north. But unfortunately, the war happened, and after the war, it was the only thing that was implemented here. So when we started this new unit in our region, it was called like International Center on Development of Science and Research in Barents region. It also included a museum of exploration of the north. And there were these ethnological studies. And in 2004, according to the restructurization program, there were it was reformed into Center for Humanitarian Problems in the Barents region. And they started doing research of urbanized population of the Murmansk region. And they talking about the Sami research. So here we can see the main directions here on the slide. And some of them, they are complex research, some of them are micro research, and for the Sami people. But the most, like we don't have so many researchers working here, so these topics for us, they are very important and interesting. Okay, just to save some time, I will not go into details here. So these are social economic position of the Sami during the transformation period after Perestroika. This is the history of Sami people during Soviet time, expeditions, and keeping the natural and cultural heritage, and so some issues about folklore, family culture, different kinds of historical and cultural and anthropological research, and some things about town and village populations of the north, different kinds of religious issues in the north, and creating like church schools, and creating this economical anthropology. And we also have a special direction like publication of books by Sami writers. So here you can see the books that has been published. And of course the publications by our centers. They are not limited here. We have approximately 100 publications, but most of them, they are scientific ones. And talking about the history of Kola Sami, it's still relevant with the same issues as for many indigenous peoples of the north in the Russian Arctic, is that we still research the periods of cooperation periods that we had, cooperation between the Aboriginal population and the authorities of the Russian Empire. And then there are some questions of involvement of indigenous peoples in Russian taxation system, and also Christianization periods. And they also studied the Soviet period when there was some forced collectivization forms and forced dwelling forms that led to destroying traditional ways of life for the indigenous peoples, including. So in the Soviet time, they destroyed the grounds for family. Well, because women started living in villages, they got new professions. Children, they were sent to boarding schools. So also it was negative. That policy of merging together villages and building hydropower stations and water dams when local people were moved, forcibly moved to Lavozera. So there was this monography, this book that wrote about the Sami people. So Kildin Sami, Voronina Sanskami, and Vardina Sami, they were moved from their traditional places to Lavozera. And in the end of 90s, beginning of 2000, together with Norwegian colleagues, we have a large historic archaeological research about Skolsami. That is like the northwestern part of Sami, Sami, who traditionally lived at the borders between Finland and of Norway and Russia. So I will not go into details here. I will just say that after the result of this project, they wrote 65 like cultural memory units that were put on the map. They did some archaeological diggings in Norway, and they collected lots of ethnographic material and data, and it all has been reflected in our history. Talking about the social and cultural research. So we are researching the social and economical transformations of the 90s, but also for the indigenous peoples, like the employment of the Sami people on the high level of unemployment there, and the sphere of economic interests of the indigenous peoples. They keep their traditional roles. So they are doing reindeer herding, that they are working with traditional practices. So they have transformed and became like family units. So we started also some kind of illegal economical activities like black tourism and poaching, selling reindeer meat and fish without any license. So now when it has like been normalized more or less, the best form of implementing the economical interest, these are the system of family units. So we have 42 like family organizations and 7 organizations and 1 non-commercial fund. So the main types of those family organizations, they are fishing and producing marine resources, reindeer herding, like hunting, gathering different kinds of plants, making different kinds of household units, different kinds of arts and crafts, and they also organize tourists and visits. So tourism is a new kind of traditional way of life for our indigenous people. So they're developing tourism, producing souvenirs, and so on. And it's a good opportunity to involve the indigenous people in modern activities and to present their ethnocultural tradition. As a good example, here on the slide, you can see some pictures showing the activities of the territorial family unit Sami Coast. Елена Яковлeva, former president of the Association of Sami family. So you can see she's like having tourists, so showing some of the arts and crafts, traditional, and so on. So up top you can also see some of the family organizations of Sami, and they received funding from the government of Murmansk region, subsidies. There are 19 these family organizations. So as to traditional activities by the Kula Sami, it's quite stable and quite well. So the demographic situation is good and stable. The demography is not the most relevant issue for the Sami people. So, so we are also talking about like stable work, or it's increasing. So there are no like dramatic changes among the Arctic peoples of Russia. Like, doesn't seem, it's unlikely that there will be. It's believed that the number of indigenous peoples in Russia has not been changing like for many centuries. It has never been more than 2,000 peoples, but it's not decreasing either. It doesn't go below 1,500. But what is relevant is the problem of keeping the national language. And we see that there is a tendency on decreasing the number of local indigenous groups who speak their language. That is also due to many years of cultural contacts with other peoples and language policies that's been on since 1930s in Soviet Union, when, for example, concerning Sami people, when children were sent to boarding schools, they were taken away from their families and taken out of their language environment. So they learned Russian much faster than they learned their native Sami language. And as to the indigenous peoples, it's a tendency that is in many cases, because in there the indigenous languages it's just one of the mechanisms of adaptation to the harsh climatic conditions. It's a very important part of their culture. And it's very sad that out of 1,500 something Sami people, all of them said that they speak, almost all of them said that they speak Russian, but only 353 persons said that they speak Sami. And now we are only talking about Kildin dialect of Sami language. It's the written language, the only one that survived out of 4 large dialects. And now they are publishing all the literature in this dialect that is published by the Murmansk Center for Indigenous Peoples of the North. Unfortunately, I would repeat that this is the only dialect, which 10 years ago, there were 2-3 representatives of Skola Sami who were speaking Yokonga, Ter Sami dialect. Now those people, they died and their language died with them, but it only remains in the books by the first Sami poet, Oktyabrina Voronova. So she wrote in so if you want, you can find your book by Yala, and it's in Sami on one side and in translated to Russian on the other side. But it's in Yokonga dialect. So the situation with Sami language is worsened by the fact that all of Sami still do not have their standardized alphabet. This question has not been solved for many years. So the phonetics of Sami language is very special, and there has to be some sort of compromise between Cyrillic letters and Latin letters. So So there has been a scientific conference about maintaining Sami language in our history. It's been in Murmansk in September. But despite these acute issues with keeping the language, their cultural heritage can be seen in other fields, in folklore, in all kinds of activities. So we keep their national identity. And even if the situation with language is getting worse, but I don't think it's going to be worse because now lots of efforts are directed towards teaching children, the Sami children, to teaching them their dialect. But in the worst case scenario, the ethnical culture of Sami people, it will survive anyways. I'm sorry, our time is limited, so I will just show you some pictures that can be interesting here of our activities. So what is interesting here is on the left, bottom left, about fake Sami culture. So in the center, in our center, we studied that because we have to be impartial. But the Sami people, they created this kind of internet portal about fake, where they talk about their culture and so on. And we, as researchers, we can talk about forecasts and what this can be. Another interesting it's a kind of mixture of modern, youthful culture elements. For example, here you can see some monuments, some things built at Ecology. It's a kind of crossing between different types of culture. We are also working with theoretical problems and applied problems of Sami folklore. So we have this localization of Sami history. So after this folklore history, we try to find whether they link to geographical objects. Why it's important? Because it can be used in all kinds of activities, and it can be quite relevant for tourism. And we are continuing the research of material culture. So you can see our researcher, Alita Suleimanova, with the Sami Fidina. So we are also doing some research with the museums. And the museum has like permanent exhibition with the culture of Sami people. There's a book, Laponia, by Swedish professor Johan Schipper. And we don't give it to anyone. And also we have different kinds of expeditions, different kinds of Sami arts and crafts and activities. So in 2012, they had this exhibition of arts, and probably it's impossible to recreate it for the second time. Also, we are having some practical and other types of activities. And we have this seminar, and it was about the International Sami Day, the 6th of February, and also the books and publications. So here you can see the director of the museum, and Nina Afanasieva. She is a known Sami cultural activist. And the last thing I would like to say is, of course, not our center is involved in Sami research. The Center for Medical and Biological Problems that is also looking at the aspects of Sami life and other economical problems, industrial ecology, and so on. So if we would invite our specialists here, they could also say something interesting as well. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Yes, so on behalf of all people present here online, I would like to thank you for a very interesting presentation. Just a short question here. So we are going to publish in the end of this year. So is this interesting for the community and understanding the role of indigenous people? Just in brief, if you can. No, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. And the demography speaks for itself. Because language is very important for the ethnicity, and it's a pity that they don't mention any dialects. For example, that for some people that would be interesting what dialects they use. But for forecasting, it's very interesting. The census results, it's interesting to take a look at them. Yes, thank you so much. Do we have any questions here in the room? Okay, and then we go to the next topic of our conference. It's been 80 years since the arrival of the first Allied convoy Dervish to Russia. Next year, we are going to celebrate 80 years anniversary of this fact, of its arriving to Murmansk. This Allied cooperation has been very important for winning over the Nazi Germany. We remember that over 3,000 Allied seamen were killed, and the people working at Murmansk port were unloading the cargoes under enemy fire. But there are lots of unknown facts. For example, one of them is the participation of Norwegian seamen in the Arctic convoys in the British fleet. So we have the historian who will tell us about little known information about active participation of civil seamen of the in Norway. We have the representative of Partisan Museum in Norway, Steinar Borch Jensen. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Jeg kommer til å snakke norsk, og håper at det forståelig for dere. Jeg skal først snakke om de arktiske konvojene, og så om norske krigsseilere. Etter at det tyske felttoget I Norge var avsluttet I juni 1940, ble den strategiske situasjonen drastisk endret I Tysklands favør. Krigsmarine overførte I 1941 til 1942 flere store overflatefartøyer til Norge. Og tyskerne opprettet en rekke fly og marinebaser på norskekysten. Tyske ubåter og overflatefartøy fikk dermed kortere seilingstid til viktige allierte konvojruter, blant annet den sterkt trafikkerte konvojruten mellom USA og Storbritannia. Tyskerne kunne også nytte de nærliggende basene på kysten av Nord-Norge til ødeleggende angrep på de arktiske konvojene. Tysklands angrep på Sovjetunionen 22. juni 1941 var foranledningen til organisering av de allierte konvojene I Nordvest-Sovjet. Adolf Hitler hadde tidlig om morgenen satt I gang tidenes største militære offensiv, Operation Barbarossa. Den tyske okkupasjonen av Norge og angrepet på Sovjetunionen innebar at den eneste aktuelle transportveien fra Storbritannia til Sovjetunionen var den nordlige konvojruten over Norskehavet og Barentshavet til Nordvest-Sovjet. Klimatiske og geografiske forhold la alvorlige begrensninger på bruk og utnyttelse av denne ruten. Drivisen kunne tvinge konvoiene nærmere mot den nordnorske kystlinjen og eksponere handelsskip og eskorte for angrep fra fly og skip fra tyske baser. Vinterstid ville mannskapene møte uvær og ekstrem kulde. I vår- og sommermånedene ville det døgnlange dagslys lettere eksponere konvoiene for fienden. En rekke norske handelsskip kom etter hvert med i konvoifarten på Nordvest-Sovjet, men tyngden av den norske handelsflåten seilte i Atlanterhavskonvoiene. Også i den arktiske konvoifarten hadde flere norske tankskip en nøkkelrolle. Motortankeren Noreg av Haugesund seilte en rekke ganger som bunkringsskip med Murmansk-konvoiene og forsynte de allierte eskortefartøy med drivstoff. Bunkringen foregikk i åpen sjø, og den 12 000 tonn store motortankeren var selvsagt et sentralt mål for tyske bombefly og ubåter. Flere norske tankskip fraktet drivstoff i den risikofylte konvoiruten til Nordvest-Sovjet. Damptankerne Milo, Marathon og Norefjell og motortankeren Hebran og Egerøy trosset angrepene fra fly og ubåter for å bringe den viktige lasten frem til Murmansk, Arkhangelsk eller Molotovsk. Damptankeren Norefjell ble i februar 1945 torpedert i Kvitsjøen, og 2 av besetningene omkom. Norske marinefartøy kom tidlig med i eskorten av konvoier til Nordvest-Sovjet. Torpedojageren St. Albans og ubåten Uredd deltok i eskorten av en stor alliert konvoi til Murmansk i april 1941. Senere eskorte jagerne Stord 9 arktiske konvoier og deltok aktivt i den dramatiske sjøslaget ved Nordkapp, som førte til senkingen av den tyske slagkrysseren Scharnhorst. Korvettene Akanthus, Tunsberg Castle og Eglantin, samt minesveiperen Oksøy, Karmøy, Tromøy og Jeløy, deltok i den allierte arktiske konvoieskorten i krigens sluttfase. En norsk skøytekonvoi med opprinnelig 4 fiskefartøy seilte fra Skottland via Shetland i desember 1944 med kurs for Murmansk. De skulle settes inn i fraktingen av helt nødvendige forsyninger til folk i Vest-Finnmark som hadde trosset den tyske evakueringsordren høsten 1944. 3 av skøytene gjennomførte den lange og strabasiøse ferden til Murmansk-området og seilte videre til Kirkenes, som nylig var blitt frigjort av sovjetrussiske tropper. Når det gjaldt norske krigsseilere, innsatsen krigsseilerne gjorde under 2. verdenskrig, vurderes som Norges viktigste bidrag til de allierte seier over den tyske krigsmakten. Under ekstreme vanskelige forhold fraktes norske handelsskip, drivstoff, krigsmateriell og andre varer, først og fremst over Atlanterhavet, men også i Middelhavet, Indiahavet og den vestlige del av Stillehavet. De viktigste forsyningslinjene, som etter hvert ble konvoiruten i Atlanterhavet. Rutene gikk fra New York og Halifax til Liverpool, fra Sierra Leone til Port of Spain, eller Liverpool, og fra Gibraltar til New York eller Liverpool, og fra Liverpool til Murmansk, Murmansk-konvoien. Murmansk-konvoiene betegnes som en av 2. verdenskrigs mest dramatiske operasjoner. Skipene, etter hvert i hovedsak amerikanske, men også fra andre allierte nasjoner, og fra Norge, seilte fra engelske havner ofte via Island, og gikk til Murmansk og Arkhangelsk. Dette var de eneste sovjetiske handlene som kunne ta imot så mange og store skip. Tysklands okkupasjon av Norge gjorde at den eneste aktuelle transportveien fra Storbritannia var den nordlige konvoiruten over Barentshavet. I sommerhalvåret gikk konvoiruten nord for Island, Jan Mayen og Bjørnøya. I vintermånedene førte drivisen inn til at rutene måtte legges lenger sør mot Finnmarkskysten. Dermed ble skipene sterkt utsatt for tyske fly- og ubåtangrep fra norske baser. Det førte til store tap og mannskaper som overlevde torpederingen og flyangrep, men omkom raskt i det iskalde polarvannet. Betydningen av konvoiene var stor, og bidro til at Sovjetunionen fikk forsyninger av høyst tiltrengt krigsmateriell. Fra juni 1941 til mai 1945 ble mer enn 4 millioner tonn krigsforsyninger sendt med Murmansk-konvoiene. 104 handelsskip ble senket, og mellom 1000 og 1500 sjøfolk omkom. Av de 12 norske skipene som var med i konvoiene, ble 2 torpedert, men ble brakt i sikkerhet. Foruten krigsseilerne som var ombord på skip utenfor Norge, altså uteflåten, var det også mange som måtte seile i norsk og nordiske farvann, så hjemmeflåten. Skipene i uteflåten seilte til allierte havner da Norge ble okkupert i april 1940, og dannet rederiet Nortraship, som var en organisasjon opprettet av norske myndigheter, som etter hvert etablerte seg i London i 1940 for å disponere den norske handelsflåten under andre verdenskrig. Over 80 sjøfolk fra Vardø og Kiberg var med i konvoifartene under andre verdenskrig. Skip som var i norsk og nordiske okkuperte farvann, også passasjerskip som Hurtigruten og Kystruten, ble satt under tysk kontroll. Store tap og manglende anerkjennelse. Under krigsårene var spesielt sjøfolk som seilte ute en sterkt utsatt gruppe. Krigsseilerne gjennomgikk betydelige psykiske påkjenninger. Konstant fare for voldsom død, hjelpeløshet og forsvarsløshet overfor overmakten og fiendens fly- og ubåtangrep. Og en manglende forbindelse med familier og venner hjemme i Norge. Frem til freden i 1945 mistet ca. 3700 krigsseilere i uteflåten livet. 473 skip gikk tapt. Hjemmeflåtens tap ved krigsforlis var 199 skip og 1133 personer. Av disse 441 passasjerer. Norske myndigheters behandling av krigsseilere etter krigen har vært sterkt kritisert, og det tok mer enn 25 år før deres innsats ble akseptert. Du skal fortelle litt om min onkel som deltok i de her konvoiene. Johan Bernhard Jensen. Født i Kiberg 1920, og døde da i Kiberg 18. juli 1991. Og foreldrene Andrea og Ole Jensen. Han reiste tidlig ut, var ca. 20 år da han dro ut og kom direkte i krigstiden og mønstret på. Han hadde stillinger som båtsmann, matros, lettmatros og lemper eller fyrbøter. Lenge etter krigen så fikk han tildelt den norske krigsmedalje 8. februar 1980. 35 år etter at krigen var slutt. Han fikk også kong Haakons frihetsmedalje 22. april 1988, etter 43 år etter at andre verdenskrig var slutt. Han var krigsseiler på 12 forskjellige skip under andre verdenskrig, og var ombord på 3 av fartøyene som ble torpedert og sank. Under en torpedering av skipet Iddefjord på tur til Murmansk ble båten skadet og slept til Murmansk for reparasjon, og kunne senere seile videre etter lossingen og kom tilbake til Kirkenes etter at tyskerne hadde forlatt Finnmark etter Sovjets offensiv mot Øst-Finnmark. Han var med på Murmansk-konvojene, men de fleste konvojene han deltok i var Atlanterhavskonvojene, men også i Middelhavet, Indiahavet og den vestlige del av Stillehavet. Jo, han fortalte meg flere ganger om sine opplevelser under konvojfarten, og fikk ofte problem med mareritt når han skulle sove. De verste opplevelsene ble da de ble torpedert og lå i sjøen, hvor mange av hans kamerater havnet i brennende oljeflak, og nødskrikene deres, hvor han ikke hadde mulighet til å hjelpe dem. Og i konvojfarten kunne de ikke stoppe og måtte bare fortsette. De håpet da at følgefartøy kunne plukke dem opp, selv om det var lite håp for dem, spesielt i de nordlige konvojene, hvor temperaturen ofte gjorde at de var lite håp om å overleve hvis noen falt over bord, eller fartøyet deres hadde blitt truffet av bomber eller torpedo. Takk for meg. Er ikke løst ennå. Men i det norske folk har de stor sympati.
Господин Стейнер Бурх Йенсен, еще раз благодарю вас за выступление от имени всех присутствующих, в том числе в онлайн-формате. Я не зря затронул эту тему, потому что к вопросу признания заслуг в годы Великой Отечественной войны, в годы Второй мировой войны мы еще вернемся сегодня по ходу конференции. И предлагаю перейти к следующему вопросу. Самый молодой в России северный...
Now we go over to the next question. The youngest in Russia is the Northern Fleet. And we can say that it's been one of the strongest fleets of the Russian Federation. It has lots of good pages in its history. And one of them is the transport of military, like Greek ships, military warships on the territory of occupied Norway. So Soviet soldiers and navies were fighting for each ton of the deliveries. They were also fighting together with British and American and Norwegian seamen. So the very tragical story with PQ-17 that has only been, we were only able to recover part of it from German aviation. So we have now Voloshenko Yuri Voloshenko. He will tell us about the history of Museum K-21. Yuri, can you hear us? Are you with us? Yuri, nice to see you. We can see you. Can we? Okay, while we are getting connection, I could add that the heroic K-21 submarine is a museum now, and Yuri has been working there for many years. The museum is located in Severomorsk. Yuri, can you hear us? It doesn't seem so. It doesn't look like this. Okay, then I suggest we give a possibility to connect. Let's not rush.
Все, кто сейчас смотрит нашу трансляцию в онлайн-режиме,
So I would like to ask all of you who are participating online, please do not disconnect. We will continue our discussion very soon.
Победу над фашизмом. Мы видим, что на связи находится господин Ар.
Yes, we see Björn Aronson online. So if you don't mind, maybe you could then make your presentation.
Господин Björn Aronson, вы готовы выйти с нами на связь?
Are you ready to join us?
Спасибо за готовность. Позвольте
Yes, thank you. And I would like just to step you forward before you start. The history of partisan movement in Denmark is an important part of history. So partisans were following the activities of German occupants and participated in sabotage operations. And those who survived the war, they were shamed as communists, and they were not called, as we know. So people from Oslo, they were like people also considered them Soviet spies, and there is a special place in September this year where there was this monument and memorial opened that came from the Norwegian military commando. So could you please tell us a bit more details about it? I would like to present you to everyone. And now about the activities of the partisans of Finnmark, we have Björn Aronson. Please.
Jeg klar. I am ready. Okay? Ja.
Мы вас внимательно слушаем.
Ja. Historien om partisanene krigshistorien til oss som lever i Finnmark, i Vardø og i Kibæk. I vårt område så dette ved siden av brenning av Finnmark de sterkeste kollektive minnene som vi har om krigen. Det en svært viktig del av vår historie, slik vi i dag husker den norske motstandskampen under den andre verdenskrig. Partisanernes motstandskamp vår fortelling om hvordan våre folk slåss mot okkupantene med de ressursene de hadde i nærområdet. Partisanene har fått sin anerkjennelse fra de norske spesialstyrker ved at de har reist en minnebauta over partisaner. Stort sett alle deler av det norske samfunnet ble berørt av den tyske okkupasjonen mellom 1940 og 1945. Fra dets politiske og administrative nivå til sivilbefolkningen sitt hverdagsliv. Likevel må Norge under krigen også ses på som en side av et europeisk, til og med et globalt fenomen. Sentralt for forståelsen av det nordlige perspektivet. Nord-Norge hadde en enorm tysk militær tilstedeværelse
gjennom hele okkupasjonen. Og titusenvis av krigsfanger ble sendt til landsdelen for å bygge festninger, veier og jernbaner. Flere av de europeiske stormaktene hadde sterke strategiske interesser i nord. Og i 1942 så kalte Hitler Nord-Norge for krigens skjebneområde. Norge under annen verdenskrig fascinerer fremdeles, og ny forskning har nye historier å fortelle. De første tyske soldatene ankom Vardø og Kiberg i august 1940. Få ante hva fascistene hadde planer om etter at Narvik-fronten falt den 8. juni 1940. Strømmen av soldater fortsatte utover høsten, og det ble bygget festningsverk og forlegninger for en stor hær. Den nordnorske befolkning aksepterte ikke å bli invadert og reiste seg til kamp mot okkupanten. Ved avduking av partisanbautaen i Kiberg i 1948 sa Richard Bodin i sin tale at de modige menn var villige til å ofre alt, sitt eget liv om det var krevd, i kampen for et fritt og selvstendig Norge. Etterretning er avgjørende i krig. Sovjetiske fagmilitære gjorde sine vurderinger og bestemte seg for å følge med hvilke hensikter okkupanten hadde. Det ble etablert et nettverk av informanter bestående av patriotiske nordmenn på plasser som Kirkenes, Vardø, Berlevåg, Neiden, Persfjord og så videre. For 75 år siden startet historien om de arktiske konvoiene til Sovjetunionen. Den første konvoien til Sovjetunionen fikk kodenavnet Dervish. Den kalles også for PQ-0. Den forlot Liverpool den 12. august 1941 og ankom Arkhangelsk 31. august 1941 uten tap. De tyske fly hadde ikke oppdaget konvoien, og flere konvoier fulgte. I januar og februar i 1942 begynte fascistene å bygge opp kapabiliteter som var egnet til å true konvoifarten ved oppbygging av ubåtbase i Kirkenes, overføring av krigsmarine bestående av slagskipene Tirpitz og Scharnhorst med flere til norske havner i Finnmark. I 1943 ble det satt i gang en storstilt utbygging av flyplasser på Finnmarkskysten, særlig i Vardø og Berlevåg, hvor det ble stasjonert langtrekkende bombefly. Disse begivenheter ble rapportert videre av partisanene som en trussel mot konvoifarten. Det har formodninger mot seg at partisanene ikke formidlet sine observasjoner videre til sine oppdragsgivere. Det var mitt bidrag. Takk for oppmerksomheten.
Благодарю вас за интересный рассказ. Господин Арнт Бьерня Арнтсон, позволите ли еще один дополнительный вопрос?
Både spørsmål til meg.
В таком случае я его задам. Насколько сегодня в Норвегии хорошо знают историю тех лет, о сопротивлении, о партизанском движении, о заслугах военных моряков, участвовавших в морских операциях? Подрастающее поколение насколько об этом знает? На ваш взгляд?
Forstår ikke russisk.
Without translation?
Var det spørsmål til meg?
And hører du oss?
Kan Remi oversette spørsmålet?
Om den nye generasjonen, om de kjenner til historien av samarbeid. Så, hvis du hører meg, kan du si noe sånt. Litt usikker om du har rett.
Spørsmålet var om historien og krigsseilerne godt kjent i Norge i dag.
Historien til partisanene og krigsseilerne godt kjent i Norge i dag, og historien om krigsseilerne har vært veldig godt kjent hele tiden. Historien om partisanene har ikke vært veldig godt kjent hele tiden, men den blir nå bedre og bedre kjent. Det flere og flere som kjenner til historien i våre dager enn tidligere.
Благодарю за ответ, за участие в конференции и за интереснейшее выступление. Спасибо. Я не знаю, подключился ли сейчас, готов ли выйти на связь.
We don't know whether Yuri Voloshenko is with us today. Let's give him the floor. Yuri, we can see you again. Are you ready to join the conference?
Не слышу.
We cannot hear you. What's wrong? Okay, I would like to give the floor to another expert, General Director of Norwegian Pomor Academy, Remi Strand. So yes, Mr. Strand, please.
Tusen takk. Kjære venner, kjære naboer i Nordvest-Russland og i Barentsregionen. Som jeg tidligere har sagt, så sitter jo vi i Vardø, og vi ser over til dere til Nordvest-Russland. Og vi veldig glad for den dialogen vi har. Og vi også veldig, veldig glad for det initiativet som det russiske geografiske selskap, avdeling Murman, skal tatt for å arrangere denne konferansen, som viktig for oss alle som bor i Barentsregionen. Konferansen omhandler fellesskap og utvikling i Arktis. Og konferansen viktig for alle oss som bærer i oss at folkene i nord har mye til felles. Jeg vil understreke det som Arild Vollan sa tidligere. Vi som bor i nord, og da mener jeg både vi som bor i Norge og i Russland, vi oppvokst rett under polarstjerna med felles klimatiske utfordringer, men også med felles rike naturressurser i vårt område. Og vi må aldri glemme at det de her utfordringene som fra tidenes morgen har lært oss å samarbeide i nord, på tvers av det som i dag landegrenser. Og det her samarbeidet, det har fått oss til å stole på hverandre, for det var nødvendig for å overleve i Arktis. Og sånn må det også være inn i fremtiden. Takk for at Partisanmuseet og Norsk Pomorakademi fikk være med i konferansen. Begge institusjonene kulturelt innrettet i nettverk og kulturhistorie som felles norsk-russisk historie. Steinar Borch Jensen og Arnt Bjarne Aronsen, de har begge snakket om det som ved siden av partisankrigen i nord kanskje Norges viktigste bidrag til å nedkjempe de tyske fascistenes okkupasjon av Norge og Sovjetunionen. Ved siden av partisanene i Finnmark, så var det neppe noen som var så direkte involvert i krigshandlingen gjennom hele krigen som de norske sjøfolkene som seilte på de norske handelsskipene. Før andre verdenskrig så var Norge et fattig lite land i Europa. Mange norske ungdommer mønstret på norske skip for å få arbeid. Norges utenriksflåte var den viktigste eksportnæringen for Norge før vi fant olja på 1970-tallet. Jeg tror at alle familiene i Norge hadde en eller flere sjøfolk i sin familie. Sånn var det med Steinar, og sånn var det også med meg. For å supplere Steinars innlegg, så skal jeg nevne 3 momenter som gjaldt norske sjøfolk som tjenestegjorde på norske skip under 2. verdenskrig, og som ble mye diskutert i Norge etter 2. verdenskrig. Og da vil jeg først gå tilbake til da Norge ble angrepet av de tyske fascistene. Og det skjedde 9. april 1940. Og den norske regjeringen måtte flykte fra Oslo og nordover i landet. Og under denne flykten så bestemte regjeringen at alle norske private handelsskip skulle rekvireres av den norske stat. Og regjeringen ga ordre om at skipene skulle seile til alliert havn. Og regjeringen opprettet da organisasjonen Nortraship, som egentlig var et statlig rederi for de norske skipene som var fri. Det var ca. 1000 norske handelsskip som ble rekvirert inn i det norske statlige rederiet Nortraship, og som ble satt inn i kampen mot fascistene. Det var de her skipene, de var med på alle verdens hav. De seilte i konvoier overalt på jorda. Og mange av de her norske skipene var også med i de allierte konvoiene som seilte krigsutstyr til Murmansk og Arkangelsk under 2. verdenskrig. Den 12. april 1940 bestemte regjeringen, den norske regjeringen altså, som fortsatt ikke hadde forlatt Norge, at alle norske sjøfolk hadde arbeidsplikt på norske fartøy inntil videre. Det betyr at sjøfolkene kunne ikke mønstre av skipet, de kunne ikke flykte fra krigen, selv om seilasene ble svært farlige som følge av angrep fra tyske fly og ubåter. De norske sjøfolkene var nødt til å seile så lenge de var friske, og de fikk bare kort landlov den tida skipene ble klargjort for neste reise. Eller i den korte perioden de måtte være på sykehus etter tyske angrep. I etterkrigstida hadde vi i Norge mange traumatiske krigsseilere som ikke ble tatt godt nok vare på. Og kanskje ble også de norske krigsseilerne litt glemt, sånn som også partisanene i Finnmark ble det i veldig mange år. Heldigvis så har det rettet seg litt. Vi hørte Steinar Borch-Jensen fortelle om sin onkel, som overlevde hele 3 torpederinger. Det er klart det sliter på, og det er en helt umenneskelig erfaring å få med seg. En annen spesiell sak som den norske regjeringen gjorde, for den norske regjeringen, vet dere, måtte flykte fra Norge, og de flykta til England. Og den norske regjeringen og den norske kongen videreførte kampen fra London fra juni 1940. Og en spesiell ordning som den norske regjeringen innførte, omtales gjerne som innføringen av bigamiloven. Den norske regjeringen som hadde flyktet til London vedtok altså 15. april 1942 at nordmenn i utlandet, for eksempel norske sjøfolk, kunne få skilsmisse fra sin ektefelle i Norge, uten at ektefella i Norge fikk vite om skilsmissen. Reglene ble sånn fordi at krigen hindret kommunikasjon mellom nordmenn i utlandet og familien hjemme i Norge. Da freden kom i 1945, så ble denne loven svært omdiskutert i Norge. Og bakgrunnen var selvfølgelig at norske sjøfolk og andre som ikke hadde vært i Norge i krigsårene 1940 til 1945, de kom hjem med nye koner. Og det overrasket selvfølgelig kona som var I Norge fra før, som der og da fikk vite at hun var skilt fra mannen hun elsket. Dette var en forferdelig situasjon for de som var hjemme og ble overrasket. Og loven ble som nevnt kalt bigamiloven og var svært omdiskutert I etterkrigstida I Norge. Vi hørte også Steinar Borch Jensen fortelle om sin onkel som ble torpedert hele 3 ganger under konvojfarta I andre verdenskrig. Dette illustrerer den store risikoen det var å være sjømann under andre verdenskrig. Sjøfolkene hadde, som vi har sett, ikke noe valg, fordi de hadde arbeidsplikt på norske skip under hele krigen. Det forelå en avtale mellom Nortraship, som altså var det norske statsrederiet som hadde rekvirert alle norske skip, og som ble styrt fra London. Det forelå en avtale mellom Nortraship og de norske sjømannsorganisasjonene, altså de norske fagforeningene, som ivaretar sjømennene, om at norske sjøfolk skulle få krigsrisikotillegg når de seilte I krigssoner. Dette krigsrisikotillegget kunne være på opp til 300% I tillegg til den ordinære hyra eller lønna ombord I skipet. Dette var for å kompensere for dødsrisiko og annen skaderisiko for sjøfolkene. Engelske sjømenn hadde ikke den samme gode ordningen. Og derfor så oppstod det under krigen en stor misnøye internt mellom våre allierte om denne forskjellsbehandlingen av sjømenn, som jo alle sammen tok den samme store krigsrisikoen ved å seile I allierte konvojer, selv om de var engelskmenn eller nordmenn. Så det ble lagt et stort press på den norske regjeringen, og man måtte slutte å betale sånn krigsrisikotillegg til norske sjøfolk. Det ble et kompromiss som førte til at, og senere var litt inne på det her, som førte til at det her krigsrisikotillegget, det ble satt på et hemmelig fond. De norske sjøfolkene som risikerte livet, fikk ikke de her pengene ut. De ble satt på et nasjonalt fond, og det var liksom bestemt da at det her fondet skulle brukes til beste for sjøfolk etter krigen. På den måten så fikk man roa den her misnøyen mellom blant annet de britiske sjøfolkene og de norske sjøfolkene. Og da krigen var slutt I 1945, så ble det en stor diskusjon I det norske samfunn mellom norske sjøfolk og Norges regjering om hvordan de her pengene skulle benyttes. Sjøfolkene som hadde risikert livet og kanskje ødelagt helsa si på å seile, og de hadde arbeidsplikt, jeg minner om det, de var nødt til å seile. De hadde ødelagt helsa si på å seile og kanskje blitt torpedert. De ville ha pengene ut, for det var de som hadde tjent de her pengene på livsfarlig arbeid. Mens den norske regjeringen på sin side, hadde behov for å bruke de her valutaene, altså de her utenlandske pengene, til oppbyggingen av Norge etter krigen. Denne diskusjonen mellom norske sjøfolk, som var en stor gruppe, stor og veldig betydningsfull gruppe I det norske samfunn, denne diskusjonen mellom sjøfolkene og den norske regjeringen, den pågikk I hvert fall 30 år etter krigen. Og først på 1970-tallet, da mange av krigsseilerne var døde, så snudde endelig det norske storting, altså vårt parlament, og bevilget penger over 3 statsbudsjett som ble utbetalt til sjøfolkene eller deres gjenlevende familie. Mange av sjøfolkene var da døde, og fikk ikke sin rett. Og den utbetalingen som var, den var nok så symbolsk I forhold til verdien av det arbeidet de hadde gjennomført. Så man kan si at ved siden av, dette ble en veldig symbolsak. Pengene var I grunnen ikke det viktigste etter hvert, men det viktige var å få anerkjennelse for den innsatsen man hadde gjort I krigen for sjøfolkene. Fordi at sjøfolkene, sammen med partisanene, kanskje de gruppene som tilhører den norske krigshistorien, som vi I ettertid har grunn til å beklage I Norge. Nettopp fordi at de har ikke fått den oppmerksomheten de fortjener ut ifra den risikoen de tok, og de mange som falt I det her arbeidet de gjorde. Arnt Bjarne snakket om partisanenes betydning for konvojene med våpen og annet krigsmateriell til Murmansk og Arkhangelsk. Han snakket også om partisanenes betydning for å senke tyske skip på vei til Kirkenes med tysk krigsutstyr til bruk på Litsafronten. Vi har en norsk kilde som sier at 85 tyske skip ble senket mellom Nordkynn og Kirkenes som følge av rapporter fra partisanene I Finnmark. Vi trenger flere kilder om det her. Antagelig så finnes det mye kildemateriale av interesse for å klargjøre sånne spørsmål I russiske arkiver. Jeg, Steinar Borch-Jensen og Arnt Bjarne Aronsen, vi driver Partisanmuseet I Kiberg. Og Partisanmuseet trenger bistand fra russisk side til å få tilgang på russisk kildemateriale som kan belyse partisanenes innsats I forhold til å oppdage og bekjempe tyske konvojer. Dette siste vi på Partisanmuseet svært interessert I å diskutere videre med våre russiske venner fremover. Jeg tror jeg vil si takk for oppmerksomheten nå, og en spesiell takk til Sergej Goncharov og andre hyggelige mennesker hos dere, som gjør det mulig for oss her, blant annet I Vardø, å ha løpende kontakt med Murmansk til alle døgnets tider. For det sånn vi ønsker å ha det her I Vardø. Takk.
Господин Рейместранд, благодарю вас за интереснейшее выступление, за раскрытую позицию. Позвольте один уточняющий вопрос. Кого с российской стороны вы бы видели в качестве партнеров в первую очередь для выполнения вот той благой миссии, которую вы обозначили? Какие музеи? Какие структуры?
Jeg tror at dette vil vi gjerne diskutere med russisk side. Og det jo da Partisanmuseet som gjerne vil gjøre en henvendelse til Murmansk, først og fremst, for å diskutere hvordan vi skal gå videre med en sånn sak. Og så tenker jeg at vi nødt til å få litt råd fra dere på russisk side, hvem vi skal kontakte fremover. Men initiativet kommer fra Partisanmuseet, og det kommer fordi at Partisanmuseet opptatt av å formidle felles norsk-russisk partisanhistorie, som felles norsk-russisk historie. Partisanene var jo I prinsippet sovjetiske soldater. De norske partisanene var jo I prinsippet sovjetiske soldater. Så dette en del av vår virkelighet og vår felles historie som vi ønsker å ta vare på og formidle videre.
Еще раз благодарю вас за выступление. Спасибо. А сейчас я предлагаю передать слово директору музея героической подводной. Помним, говорим о заслугах Северного флота в годы Великой Отечественной войны.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники конференции. Я надеюсь, что меня слышно, я приношу извинения за технические задержки.
Юрий Сергеевич Волощенко. Юрий Сергеевич, вас прекрасно слышно.
Спасибо. Хочу предложить вниманию конференции сегодняшнее выступление, которое посвящено исторической памяти, нашей отражению в монументах, установленных в Мурманской области, увековечивших эпопею подвигов моряков полярных конвоев. 31 августа 1941 года в результате операции «Дервиш» до Архангельска дошел первый союзный конвой. 20 декабря 1941 года первого суда из состава союзного конвоя ПК-6, пароход «Декабрист» и танкер «Эльмерло» прибыли в Мурманск. И с 11 января Мурманский порт стал регулярно обрабатывать суда союзных конвоев. И так сложилось на протяжении Великой Отечественной войны, или, как говорят в Европе, Второй мировой войны, что по результатам боевых действий после Великой Отечественной войны на территории бывшего Советского Союза, а ныне Российской Федерации, установлены мемориальные памятники, закладные доски. Вот ведь если говорить памятник или мемориал, это является визуальным олицетворением признательности, мужества и героизма защитников отчизны. Но да, это и тех, которые помогали Советскому Союзу, Соединенных Штатов Америки, Великобритании, а также представители Канады, Ирландии. И в августе 1991 года, к 50-летию первого союзного полярного конвоя, в Мурманске была установлена стела в честь памяти тех, кто отдал свои жизни в борьбе за свободу в ходе арктической кампании во время Второй мировой войны. Дело в том, что инициатором кампании установки мемориала были из Великобритании. И как бы создавая впечатление, что у жителей бывшего Советского Союза открылась возможность соприкоснуться с подлинной историей, которую от них как бы скрывали. 90-е годы стали тем временем активных международных контактов, и ветераны полярных конвоев получили возможность посетить памятные места. В северные порты Новой России стали часто приходить корабли иностранных военно-морских сил. История союзных конвоев в Арктике в годы Второй мировой войны стала востребована, привлекла внимание не только военных историков. Но если смотреть, то между тем союзные конвои для мурманчан никогда не были ни одной из закрытых тем, которые, как принято называть, были белыми пятнами истории. В память о совместной борьбе стран антигитлеровской коалиции против фашизма в годы Второй мировой войны в Мурманске был установлен монумент в виде ладони, держащей земной шар. Символика памятника, необычная для военных мемориалов, выразила идею совместных усилий в борьбе за мир. Кажется необычным, что данный памятник был установлен еще в 1970 данный памятник был установлен в 1975 году. И появление такой памяти как бы противоречит сложившемуся в обыденном сознании стереотипу времени холодной войны и железного занавеса. Между тем, 70-е годы стали периодом так называемой разрядки международных отношений, когда наши государства искали пути к предотвращению угрозы новой мировой войны. Примером таких попыток стали не только космический полет по программе «Союз Аполлон» и совместные проекты культурного обмена, но и обращение к истории совместной борьбы против фашизма. В мае 1975 года, в дни празднования 30-летия Победы, состоялся первый послевоенный обмен официальными визитами боевых кораблей Соединенных Штатов Америки и Советского Союза. Американские корабли посетили Ленинград, а с ответственным визитом в Бостон зашли большие противолодочные корабли Северного флота «Бойкий» и «Жгучий». Замечательно, что для этого похода были выбраны корабли Северного флота, наследника боевой славы, защитников нашего Заполярья, не только обеспечивающих в годы войны проводку союзных конвоев, но и участвующих в совместных боевых операциях. В годы войны мурманчане и архангелогородцы приобретили личный опыт общения с союзниками. Этот опыт никогда не забывался северянам. Эти события нашли отражение в уникальном советско-американском проекте, документальном сериале «Великая Отечественная», вышедшем на экраны в 1978 году. Несмотря на то, что сериал шел в США под названием «Неизвестная война», что отражало представление значительной части американцев о событиях в России, и то, что Заполярье не относилось к числу направлений, на которых решалась судьба войны, уже в предварительном замысле, подготовленном американской стороной, одной из тех фильмов должны быть искать боевые действия в районе Мурманска. В окончательном варианте сериал фильма из 20 был посвящены по теме «Война в Арктике. Битва на море». Значение Мурманского порта в годы войны во многом определяло особое ожесточенное боевых действий на правом фланге Советско-Германского фронта. Проводка конвоев из Англии и Исландии обеспечивались британскими военно-морскими силами с привлечением кораблей стран-союзниц. Крайне ограниченный корабельный состав Северного флота не позволял использовать его в охранении караванов союзных судов по всей трассе конвоя. Однако в периоды прохождения все силы Северного флота разворачивались для обеспечения этих операций. Зоной ответственности Северного флота являлась акватория к востоку от острова Медвежьего. В этом районе ко времени прохождения очередных конвоев разворачивались имеющие силы корабельного состава. Позицию у берегов Северной Норвегии занимали подводные лодки. Авиационное прикрытие осуществляли силы военно-воздушных сил Северного флота, усиливавшие на весь период переданные в оперативное подчинение флотскому командованию авиачастями сухопутной и дальней авиации. На основании можно считать мемориалы, увековечившие подвиги североморцев, связанные с эпопеей союзных конвоев. И главное из них можно считать установленный в 1983 году в Североморске памятник героям-североморцам, защитникам Заполярья в годы Великой Отечественной войны. В гарнизонах Северного флота установлены памятники, нередко связанные даже с воинскими захоронениями, посвященные экипажам эскадры надводных кораблей и охраны водного района, непосредственно принимавших участие в конвоировании транспорта. На охранении союзных судов обеспечивали также подводники, авиаторы, военнослужащие технических служб. Среди монументов, посвященных авиаторам Североморска, особо можно выделить несколько памятников прославному летчику, дважды Герою Советского Союза Борису Феоктистовичу Сафонову, погибшему 30 мая 1942 года при защите союзного конвоя ИК-16. Особо уникальным памятником является установленная на вечную стоянку подводная лодка К-21 в городе Североморск. Знаете, это один из 6 крейсеров, которая к концу Великой Отечественной войны осталась живой. И вот таким роковым стечением обстоятельств 5 крейсерских подводных лодок не просто погибли в море, а пропали без вести. И координаты гибели на сегодняшний день неизвестны. Экипаж каждого крейсера составляет почти 65-67 человек. Подводная лодка К-21 выполнила 12 боевых походов, и ей засчитано 17 боевых побед. 23 октября 1942 года за 6 боевых побед награждена орденом Боевого Красного Знамени. В целом бригада подводных лодок Северного флота совершила 424 боевых похода за годы Великой Отечественной войны. Уничтожили, повредило более 200 кораблей и транспортов противника. В сложнейших условиях наши подводники выставили более 800 мин, на которых также были уничтожены и транспорты фашистские, и боевые корабли. Из 48 лодок в составе бригады подводных лодок Северного флота не вернулось из боевых походов 23. 11 пропали без вести. Погибла страшная цифра – 1124 подводника. 7 подводников удостоены звания Героя Советского Союза. Я их перечислю, с вашего позволения. Иван Исаевич Колышкин, первый Герой Советского Союза в военно-морском флоте и на Северном флоте. 3 апреля 1942 года капитан 3-го ранга Николай Александрович Лунин, капитан-лейтенанты Израиль Ильич Висанович, Валентин Георгиевич Стариков. Капитан третьего ранга Григорий Иванович Щедрин, командир Сталинца 56-го. Иван Фомич Кучеренко, командир Сталинца 51-го. Магомед Иматудинович Гаджиев. Погиб в Христовом Ворзовстве 12 мая 1942 года на подводной лодке К-23 в неравном бою, в надводном положении, выполняя артиллерийский бой с двумя сторожевыми фашистскими кораблями. Но при вызове авиации лодка была уничтожена. Погиб экипаж и представлен звание Героя Советского Союза Магомед Иматудинович Гаджиев удостоен звания 23 октября 1942 года. Многие памятники, посвященные событиям Великой Отечественной войны на севере, увековечили подвиг.
Many monuments are named also of all those who provided transportation on the land lease. It shows that heroism and is very important, and it's above today's minute political situation. And the largest problem today is that we need to keep remembering the history. And to all the participants, I wish to stay in good health and every success in your important work. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Yuri, for your presentation. So that was the presentation of the K-21 submarine, Yuri Voloshenko. So, dear conference participants, now it's time to sum up and close the conference. So, who wants to say something? We can give you the floor.
Учитывая, что желающих нет,
Since we do not have any volunteers, I would like to maybe suggest to Sergei Goncharov to say something, or to those of you who are online. Yes, dear friends, I would like to thank all the speakers. Today, the conference has been a success, thanks to you. And we managed to overcome all the technical issues. And I would like to thank Kola Science Center for allowing us to use their value, and to thank our moderators, Irina Kuzina and Alexey Yolkin, for moderating this conference. And also many thanks to our Norwegian friends and colleagues who showed very big interest and spent this day with us, made great presentations. And many thanks to Alexey Bakulyak from the Center of the Arctic Policies now. So I think, yes, many thanks. And I hope that we will continue arranging this conference. And the format of the conference is quite set. It gets a lot of attention, like this complex discussion of all the issues that are so interesting for us. And it's important to discuss the geography, not only from the point of view of school science, but in general. This is something that is interesting for all people, like peace and security and history and environment and everything. And it's very important to discuss. So for people who spend their whole life learning about the world where we live, and for that you need some scientific opinions and expert opinions. So what's been said today was said by people who understand what they're speaking about, and it's of great value. So as we already mentioned today, there will be a booklet published, and we will include some presentations from last conference we had last year, and it will be available online. So thank you so much, and yes, best wishes, good health to you and your family, and thank you and goodbye. So, dear participants, this is the end of our conference, the second scientific practical conference, Safety in the Arctic, History and Images of the Future. Many thanks and see you next year.